So welcome. My name's Sarah Fisher. I am from OpenEye Gallery, and together with Ukrainian.Photographies, we're very pleased to welcome you to Researching and Curating Photography from Ukraine. The symposium that's been hosted and streamed by our partners, University of Salford, wouldn't be possible without the support of the British Council and Ukrainian Institute. I think it's incredibly important that we're all here today and online watching this, because actually it's part of our mission, in a way, to actually think about the power of culture and how we can support Ukraine through culture. I'd like to introduce you to Victoria Bavakina, Victoria Bavakina, who's basically been working with OpenEye together with our curator Max Gorbatsky for the last 2 years as a curator, working to spread the word and to encourage people to engage with contemporary Ukrainian culture. Vitka.
Hi all, thank you for coming today. I just add a few words. First of all, I want to thank you, University of Salford, that hosting this event. And it's a great pleasure for us to launch the symposium today. And we're so happy that we have first event of such kind here in Manchester. And that in this event, we try to research and bring together the international professionals to talk about Ukrainian photography, maybe to make Ukrainian photography more visible and understandable here in the UK. And I hope this event is this first event, and we will try to build more connections through this event, and maybe we'll do second and third edition in the future. And this event became a continuation of the home program. We will launch it today in the evening. It's a photography exhibition that we did last year during Eurovision with OpenEye Gallery. And you could see it in the atrium, and also in the gallery you could see the film about this huge project. And thank you so much again. And I want to pass the word to Anastasia Manulyak, the head of Visual Art Department of Ukrainian Institute.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Hello, everyone. As a representative of Ukrainian Institute, I'm very happy to be here and to welcome all of you today on this very important event for us, part of continuation of our cooperation with OpenEye Gallery and Ukrainian.Photographies, to whom I'm very grateful. The Ukrainian Institute is a public institution affiliated to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. We are working in the field of cultural diplomacy, representing Ukrainian culture and art internationally. So for us, it is very important to be also partners of this particular event. Ukrainian photography, especially Ukrainian documentary photography, is a medium that is both capturing and reflecting, giving insights not only to artistic practices, but also to deeper social and historical background of today's Ukraine. These discussions that we'll be having today and tomorrow will focus not only on very significant names in Ukrainian photography, but also on the whole movements and schools, with this giving a diverse perspective to how we can talk about, present, and research documentary photography today. And I hope that it will also give the possibility to include less known names in the more global and international agenda. I'm very grateful to our partners for cooperating and for making this event happen. First of all, to OpenEye Gallery and to Ukrainian.Photographies for a pleasure to work with you, to the British Council for supporting us, to the University of Salford for hosting us, but also to all other partners who are supporting Ukrainian art and culture and made this particular event happen. To all of the artists, speakers, and all of you who are watching us here live and online, and I hope that you will enjoy and contribute also to these discussions. And also, I'm very grateful for the curator of this program, Katerina Filiuk, with whom we had already a pleasure to cooperate previously, and I hope that this is not the last project that we'll be working on. Thank you, Katya, for your outstanding curatorial and also organizational work on making this whole program so diverse and interesting. And I would want to pass the word to you, so the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this event. Very long awaited and also dreamed about, at least from my side. I hope for everyone else you can share the feeling. My journey, and I'm a curator working with Ukrainian art for over 12 years into photography, in Ukrainian photography, started actually from an exhibition. That was an exhibition of Irina Papp. We're going to talk about her later today. In 2017, heyday of decommunization, and we opened and made public an archive of a Soviet photojournalist. Well, very controversial move, one might say. And usually curators, and there are some in the audience, I know, we don't have that much time and space to examine the topic in depth. However, this encounter with Irina Papp photographic archive generated many questions for me, and then propelled further research and further inquiry. And some of these questions, I have to say, they are still relevant today, and this is one of the reasons we are gathering here. So what were those questions? Well, first of all, where do we start when we talk about Ukrainian photography? Because there has been a certain consensus when we talk about visual arts and contemporary art in Ukraine. Let's say the point from which we start counting is 1987. When Arseny Savadov and Georgy Senchenko created their work, The Sorrow of Cleopatra. And as I said, the consensus somehow has been reached that this is the moment when we start talking about contemporary Ukrainian art, although there might be different opinions. But when we talk about Ukrainian photography, where do we start? Later today, Alena Chervonek will talk about Kharkiv School of Photography, and this is already the end of the 60s and the 70s. But at the same time, this is a period of Soviet photography, very ideological, very propagandistic, and with a very precise set of goals and ideas behind this photography. So do we start from there? Do we start from the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, as we do with visual arts? Then, of course, the question is how do we deal, and I hope David Elliott will touch upon this matter a little bit, because he wrote a book about Russian photography. What do we do, and how we deal with studio photography, which was at the beginning of photographic movement in Russian Empire, and so in Ukraine as well. And this movement was predominantly, or a lot, with the photographers were of Jewish origin, and then it all vanished with the Sovietization of photography. how we address this division created during the Soviet times between photojournalism and art photography. Is it still relevant? Can we stick to that, or shall we work on in a different direction? And then, is there a written history of Ukrainian photography? And would the book written by Alexander Trachun, History of Ukrainian Photography in 19th and 20th century, would that work? Because although it's a kind of a good overview of photographic practices in Ukraine, it has been written by a former employee of Arsenal factory, which produced lenses for photo cameras. So it might be a bit shallow, and that's the only, so far, comprehensive history of Ukrainian photography. And finally, coming back to my personal story, 5 years after I curated the show, I had a conversation with my PhD supervisor in an Italian university about methodology, and she was insisting and encouraging me to resort to the local methodology, meaning Soviet or Ukrainian. But is there any Soviet or Ukrainian methodology when we talk about that can be applied when we talk about Ukrainian photography? What is the theory of photography that is local or could help us to analyze Ukrainian photography? And she was really against the idea that I resort to, let's say, Barth or Susan Sontag, to name just the most emblematic names. So yeah, these are the set of questions I hope we at least try to address in the today and tomorrow in our conversations, lectures, and discussions. But not to make it look very dramatic and pessimistic. I have to say that despite all of what I've just said and mentioned, Ukrainian photography actually flourishes, and there are many interesting projects, brilliant photographers, and we will talk about some of them today and tomorrow. And so this is an interesting phenomena that Ukrainian photography exists, but this theoretical and a bit more theoretical and academic analysis is missing. So that is probably the gap that we are trying to fill in here. And I think this task is even more urgent because of the ongoing war, and because Ukrainian state, nation, and culture is under attack. So our efforts as professionals have to be really directed in supporting and carrying on this research. So I sincerely hope that this gathering not only delivers some new discoveries and revelations, but also stimulate academics and curators to delve into Ukrainian photography, both Ukrainian and international, and to stay there and to bring new voices, perspectives, and theories that are so needed. And I would like to thank my colleagues who accepted the challenge and will present today and tomorrow. It's a great honor for me to be in this company. I'm really looking forward. And of course, I want to thank organizers and partners whose support, supervision, and first of all, sincere interest fueled the whole venture and made this symposium possible. So without any further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Alexei Bykov, who is almost a Renaissance man in a sense that he's an architect, a photographer, a researcher, an artist, but most of his interests are in photography and architecture, and indeed today he will deliver the first key lecture of our symposium about Kiev and photographies of Kiev, and that will be the opening of this fruitful and hopefully thought-provoking and interesting conversation. Thank you so much.
Greetings to all of you. I will ask to switch to my presentation, first of all, because it's not mine. But before that, it's really a great pleasure to be here and one more time to share knowledge and some topics about Ukraine, and especially such a specific topic and specific field of interest as architectural photography that is not even common all around the world. So it's like in between architecture and photography. But I'm a professional architect, and photography became for me, an architectural photography, kind of self-education in a way of the subject of architecture. And step by step I started to gain knowledge about the history of Ukrainian architecture, and particularly Kiev, searching for archives on architecture and later on architectural photography. And it brought me a lot of information and knowledge, which later on was presented in a series of exhibitions and book publishings and lectures. So today I would like to tell you about the history of architectural photography within Kiev and within the period of the Soviet state, Ukraine as a part of the Soviet state, till the collapse of the Soviet Union and starting the days of independence of Ukraine. And because it's a completely different topic about new era of Ukrainian photography after 1991, and I completely agree with Katerina that there are a lot of very interesting and already important names in this field. Yeah, perfect. So my lecture, my paper is called "It Wasn't That Long Ago," and it's a name of the book about Kiev, made by our famous photographer Falin. And I really like this name in some reasons. First of all, it's really quite a very precise feeling, what I feel as well about this time, that it was really like approximately like 30 years ago, but it seems like it was centuries ago. Also because a lot of information is disappearing, and during the collapse of the Soviet Union, the collapse of its state institutions also happened, and that's why a lot of information is disappearing, as well as a lot of architecture is disappearing because of different reasons. For example, on the cover you can see a photo of the development of Sinoy market. It was the main public market in the center of Kiev, and it was listed as a monument of architecture, but during the 2000s it was demolished because of let's say city mayor corruption, etc. And these days instead of this architectural monument, we can see another ugly residential building. I divide my presentation on a couple of blocks in which I will tell you what kind of lenses and like springs of information can be found in a way of architectural photography. The first one is, let's say, black archive market. So as I mentioned before, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the collapse also touched institutions, and all architecture was like developed during the Soviet times within scientific architectural project state institutions. So after the collapse of the Soviet state institutions also were collapsed, and after that a lot of people simply stole all archives and these days are selling them on the market. So it is not even easy to find some of them. You really need to know some specific person, meet him in his garage, same some also kind of keywords, and he will enter his garage to you and you can search archives. But through these archives, for instance, I found out this amazing book. It is about the architecture in Kiev during the 20s and 30s. And also I will tell you some short words about the history of architectural photography, because we can't just shift architecture from the photography as well. So during the 20s and 30s, the first period of Soviet state, it was so-called time of constructivism, which is the same as it called like modernism or pluralism and functionalism, etc. So back the days, Kharkiv was the capital of Ukraine, and it became kind of capital of constructivist architecture. They were built. Now it can be called as a museum of constructivism. So Kiev was not a capital of Ukraine as well. It was not so important to like redevelop this city within a new state propaganda. And that's why we have, let's say, much more less knowledge about this period in Kiev comparing with Kharkiv. And I found out on the black market, let's say, these like photos of this book. And later on, searching on all these names, like all signs and marks, I found out this book. So this book is called a book catalog, The Building of Socialist Kiev. And in this book, we can find really amazing information of the projects, of the buildings and structures of that period in Kiev. Partly projects, partly buildings that were built and these days are not existing because of different reasons. But also we can find here like amazing quality of the photography, and also like a focus through which photographer and also publisher and editor of this book made this book. It's not only about taking photos of a beautiful nearly built buildings, but also about the process, and also to present the full scale of architecture, the tool and instrument of propaganda, because we can see not only residential or cultural buildings, we can also see like industrial factories buildings, like here, for example, so like well-known building in Kiev, Leninska Kuznia, which still exists, or another side of this building. And also searching for this information, we can find evidence not only about architecture of that time, but also about, let's say, society generally, and also conditions in which people were living. On this photo, you can see our famous film production studio in the name of Dovzhenko, our famous film maker. And also, for instance, we can see here that the transport, like horse, was still existing there instead of a new like language of architecture. And also, as I mentioned before here, like very nice shots on industrial buildings, or our railway station, which was made in between the styles. It's not clearly like modernist architecture. It's a mix of some also previous Art Nouveau, Art Deco, and post-constructivism architecture. Or another example of cinemas and cultural buildings. And also we can see how this architecture looked like originally back that days, and some other photos. Another example is another catalog. It is about developing of our bridge in the name of Paton, Evgen Paton Bridge, which was built in Kiev in 1953. And it's also another example of like a knowledge of the construction and development of the city or of this project, because going through the pages we can see the full process of construction this site, and we can also see the passion with which people were really believed in the work they were doing, like to bring a new bridge to Kiev, because it started in 1939, and after the war, during the war, it was like unfinished. And after the war, from 45 till 53, people were producing this bridge, making everything within the territory of Ukraine. And this bridge is also famous that it was the first bridge in the world which was built only using the technology of welding. So it's like a whole welding bridge. And Evgen Paton is our famous scientist, constructor, etc. Later on, there was established institute in the name of him. And as I mentioned before, going through this information, we can find out how like the whole society image was back then days, and we can see this Soviet people, this also agenda of social way of living, and we can see how it looked like back then days. So after the period of constructivism, after 1933, Stalin became like the header, the leader of the Soviet state, and everything like switched on to another agenda of the Soviet state. It became kind of total control under the state, and all architectural studios were dismantled, let's say, even, and all architects should be connected to the Soviet state institutions. Everything should be under control of the state, and also the image of architecture changed, and it started a new period, so-called Stalinist classicism. Also another representation of architecture as an image of the power. And on this photo you can see the main street in Kiev, Kreshchatyk, which was built as a mirror, the main reflection of a new propaganda. And it was a very, very discussed project back the days, and it was a big competition, a lot of discussions, a lot of meetings. But after that, they established a last copy of this project, and it was built, and it became really kind of heart of the city. And but we can't find a lot of information, especially connected with architecture. Everything is more about again, like propaganda states. For example, we can find more pictures about builders and constructors, like we see here. I would say like amazing Soviet couple. Yes, she's laying bricks, he's operating crane, and they are like 100% Soviet people. And even going through archives, on the back side of this photo, you can't find the name of a photographer or even architect. You can find the name of a worker, because working people became like a number one in the Soviet state, and also building process and construction process became one of the top of the main perspectives of the Soviet state. And another group of archives is private archives of an architect. For instance, here photos made by Boris Vedernikov, who was architect also from the 50s and 40s, and he took a lot of pictures of Kiev, especially architecture, and through these archives we can really find out, let's say, a true information about the development of the city. And also it's quite nice to work with his archive, because he took pictures of his wife constantly, comparing her beauty with the beauty of architecture. That is also quite kind. Another private archive made by Dmytro Yablonsky, and it's another period of Ukrainian Soviet architecture. After the death of the Stalin, there was a new establishment of a new program of the buildings and constructions. It was so-called like a second wave of modernism. Another header of the state, Khrushchev, he established a new program to get rid of any decoration and made architecture completely prefabricated. And this archive is about the first experimental so-called panel house made in Kiev. And what is interesting here, that's not only that it was experimental in the way of presenting this new program of architecture, but also here is like Dmytro Yablonsky in the middle on the picture, but also to kind of reinvent this technology, because to make everything on the rails of prefabrication, it was quite new. So this building is really interesting, that everything was produced in the courtyard on the side. And Dmytro Yablonsky, at the header of this project, he took photos of the whole process. Again, we can see how it really looked like. It's not kind of a Soviet picturesque beauty representation of the Soviet people. It's like a true story. We can see here so-called babushkas making concrete on the side in the courtyard, or cleaning this panel. And the whole process of developing this building was recorded by Dmytro Yablonsky, and it's also a fruitful information for architectural studies and architectural investigation of the architecture of this period. Not only because of like exterior of the building, but also the way of living, also of interiors, how it was made, because this experiment touched all sides of everyday life. And also another important part, that all these private archives made by architects, they are really well prepared. Like everything is signed, everything is marked, and made with love, I would say. Another example is the late architectural period, so-called postmodernist. It's like 70s and 80s, and it was made by another architect who is the co-author of this building, Sergei Zakharchenko, and he was a member of a group of Viktor Rosenberg. So we can see here a completely different style of architecture, but what is interesting, that everything was still made of prefabricated panels, beams, and other construction elements. That was kind of challenge for architect to build something really not a typical, to build something individual, but using these prefabricated materials. And also we can see on these photos, colored photos by the way, that Sergei Zakharchenko took these pictures knowing what he wanted to present. It's kind of also knowledge for an architecture in a way of representation there's project. Here is like Viktor Rosenberg group look like, and this photo was taken by Viktor Marushenko. About him we will speak a bit later on the panel, but it's also a nice and fruitful information to see how architects look like back the days. For instance, here it can be also a nice cover of a music band, also of New Romantics back then in Manchester. Also Viktor Marushenko was a close friend of Viktor Rosenberg. So Viktor Rosenberg, architect, asked Marushenko also to take some pictures of this building, and we have a nice a series of photos of how they spend the whole day shooting this residential building, and also another great portrait of an architect with his building on the backside. Another private archive is owned by Volodymyr Melnichenko and Ada Rybachuk, and this is completely specific case in the history of architecture and photography and art in Ukraine. So this artistic couple, they cooperated with an architect on producing the project of a crematorium, but they didn't like this name, even cremation and crematory, so they called this a huge complex as a memory park. And they produced not only like on the left you can see the memory halls where all the procedure happened, but also they made this wall which was called the memory wall, and they made this a huge concrete stone piece of monumental art representing the idea of the memory of the humanity generally. And they were working on this site during 12 years together as a couple, only asking for help for some constructors, but very shortly. And one day in 1982, because of a new decree, all this concrete wall was covered with a new layer of a concrete, let's say demolished. And it became kind of challenge for them to speak during all their life about this project and trying to somehow take away this concrete and bring this sculpture, this piece of art again, like open it and present it to people. But what is interesting that during all these 12 years, Volodymyr Melnichenko was shooting all the process, and through this archive we can see the whole technology, like very specific, very invented technology of this a huge monumental piece of art, because firstly it was built within this metal mesh, then it was covered with the concrete, and we can see the whole process of this building, and it's really very useful information. It was also useful for them to present it during all courts and discussion in art society and in a city, in Kiev. And another group of information are books, because Soviet times was very much presented in a way of a book publishing, and also this image was absolutely like a traditional one, which was kind of even international image of the Soviet Union, when everything was clean, when everything was green, and everything is beauty, everything is ready-made, and everything is amazing, and Soviet people are very happy. And this archive is headed by Mykola Kozlovsky. Nikolai Kozlovsky, he was a very famous Ukrainian photographer, and he did produced a lot of books about Kiev, about Ukraine, and about socialist way of living. He also received the biggest honor, our Taras Shevchenko medal or diploma for one of his books about Kiev. But what is interesting again, that we can see like how it looked like back in the days. Like everything is ready-made, everything is ready-built, and also how Soviet state was developing its infrastructure all around, and how these buildings look like. Before that, because for instance here on the back side again another ugly residential building is already built. Also we can see in these books it was a common kind of structure at the end of the book to present some vision of a future of the Soviet Union, and also to present new architectural projects, which I can't find anywhere except these books, exactly these architectural projects. And here is another book made by Volodymyr Falin and the name of which I took for my presentation. And it's another beautiful pictures of Kiev, but Falin also started to present kind of true picture of a Soviet everyday life, and also to present I don't know, like social being on these residential estates. For instance, this famous picture of another ready-made residential building, or another one on the right, we can see true conditions of the Soviet building development, or this one. So it was not so clean and beauty and nice as it was in Nikolai Kozlovsky photos. So it was a bit a different story in everyday life. And but there is another side of that period in history, and another architect, Vasil Galayba, he took pictures of all old buildings which were dismantling and destroying during this Soviet new building development. A lot of buildings from the late 19th and early 20th century was simply like demolished because of a new development, because of a new project. And Vasil Galayba took all these photos. It's really very important information. And also he was kind of discovering all this site during all his life, going back on these sites constantly and taking pictures of all the sites through like each 5 or 10 years, and also putting all marks on each photo, each year, what was changed, what was remain, and things like that. So through these pictures we can also see how city was looked like, not only on kind of propaganda picture. And the last part is archives of the institutions, and this is how Soviet institutions look like, architectural scientific institution at the end of the Soviet era, and how they look like today. So you see like this mood of archiving, but what is really sad is that unfortunately not only the mood but also the condition of the archive is awful. And for instance, this one is the archive of the main institution, Kiev project, within which was developed mostly all projects made in Kiev. And unfortunately I took these pictures before this archive was like someone took it away in an unknown destination and we can't find them. But I took photos of archive and I even scanned. I spent there like 2 days searching for information. And what can be really interesting, because within this information, for instance, I found out a lot of very useful knowledge for me as a researcher of an architecture. For example, this project, Hotel Salute. So a short intro. It should look like this one on the left slide, on the left photo. So it should be kind of skyscraper, but later on, because of some troubles with the Soviet diplomats, this project was cut, and architects were forced to make it lower and somehow change it completely. And it's kind of city legend. But what I found out in this archive during these 2 days, this is how it looked like at the end of the 80s, how the process of development this project was made. For instance, even using of this photo montage. This is the site where on the top you can see this hotel. So architects were really thinking how to put a new building within the historical site in the Kiev. And also they even use this kind of photo montage, because before that, in the 18th century, on this site was situated a cathedral. So they were kind of challenging themselves what new structure can be found here. And I found all the process of making this project, when architects were trying to use this or that form. Later, for instance, when there was this decree to cut off this project, you can see that they were trying to use another form, like cubic, round windows, etc. So it's very important information about the history of the city. And also I found out the pictures of an architect of this building. And even interiors, because interiors were made in cooperation with Finland's interior design studio. And unfortunately, these days, all these original forms are covered with some plastic and other ugly material. And the last case is Alexander Ranchukov archive. He was a photographer working in the Institution of the History and Theory of Architecture. And his task was constantly taking photos of the city and of the cities all around Ukraine. But he was, one day he decided not only to be kind of only employer, but also to start developing his own projects, his artistic projects. And he started also to take pictures of the Kyiv, for example, how it can look like in the 19th or 18th century, because Kyiv is one of the ancient cities in Europe, and still there are a lot of remains of the previous centuries. And yeah, so Ranchikov can be called maybe the first and the main officially, let's say, architectural photographer. And what is really nice that he also was also very careful person, taking everything very carefully and correctly, and he saved all his archive and also marked everything. By the way, Max Garbatsky, who will be speaker later on, made an amazing exhibition about his archive a couple years ago, also presenting this archiving as a method of knowledge. And yeah, so Ranchikov is quite famous photographer in Ukraine and in Kyiv, and his books were also published in a lot of copies. Sorry, I don't know how it works. So we can see also architecture as it looked like when it was built. And also we can see some architecture from the previous century in the conditions very similar to its natural conditions. And for example, on this photo, we can see probably how Kyiv looked like in the 19th century. So one of the artistic projects of Ranchikov was to find these places in the Kyiv where all this old architecture still remain in its natural conditions, and also took pictures of it. And also he's like a nice photographer here, like kind of Bruegel style of the city landscape. And this is my last picture, and thank you for your attention.
We have an assistant with a mic over there, so if you have questions, Losha, come back, please.
Sure.
Okay, I'll go first. Thanks so much. That was actually very fascinating. I'm very curious about the so all of these archives that you've mentioned. Where are they actually? Like especially archives of of architects, private archives. Are they still with the families? Like what is happening with all this material now?
Yeah, sometimes, in some cases, they are with families, but I put kind of task for myself to digitalize all these archives. So firstly, all of them are digital, in a digital copies in my archive, let's say, because it's a common situation when I don't know, some family members are moving to another flat, they throw away everything. And who knows what can happen with these archives in a couple of days. Also, during the war, who knows what can happen. But some of them, yeah, they are with families, but also it's another I don't know, call, let's say, to find out these archives, because some of the family members, they know that, for instance, their grandfather or even I know father was an architect, but they don't care about these archives. They are laying in the bookshelves and nobody works with them and even making scans of them. So find out these archives is also kind of challenge. It's about private archives. And about the state archives, it's kind of tragic situation, because the last one which I mentioned, it's really was moved to some unknown destination, and no one can tell us what is these days with this archive. But as I also presented on a photo, that the condition of this archive is terrible. And that's a pity, because when I was working there for these 2 or 3 days, I was trying to get there during 10 years, to be honest, but it was absolutely unrealistic. It happened during COVID, when the archive header was somewhere out of the city, and I asked his assistants with a chocolate and things like that, you know. But it works only in this way. While I was spending there these days, you know, the conditions of the archive, I found out really terrible. Because of, I don't know, all these films are glued one to each other. You know, also, like the dust, it really ruins, and it's even not healthy to spend there time. And also, I don't know, everything is kind of rubbish, let's say, look like a hill of something. But this Kyiv project archive, it was one of the best in Kyiv, and also photo studio was one of the best. There was the biggest print machine in the city, and also, as you saw during this development of the Salute Hotel, everything was made in cooperation of architects and photographers in the photography studio, because while architects made a model, they put it to the studio, asked photographer to take pictures from that and other side, and then work with it as an architectural instrument, let's say, tool. So there are some other state archives. Another one is still existing, but it's really hard to get in. I also manage it using some secret manipulation, and also scanned. It's like simply everything I can do. And this black market, so-called, yeah, it still exists. And somewhere, someday, you can find some other nice archive. Also, for example, when architect dies, some of the members even trying to gain some money on his legacy, let's say. And for example, Viktor Suvorov was a famous architect, one of the top leaders of the Kyiv Project Institution, and he had amazing archive. And we found it on an e-antique shop on the website, all of his archive. But what is really dramatic is that, you know, archive is really important to have it, all of it, you know, in one box, yes, and the sequence of information. While it is put on a sale, it's on an e-shop or somewhere on a flea market, so when it will be bought by a lot of people, it will be kind of also disappeared. So that's why I also bought another archives, the whole box of photos of papers. But it's, yeah, you need to always search for it within the internet.
Can I do a follow-up? You're doing such an amazing job with this archival archaeology. But do you have any plans of making your archive public, the one that you scanned, for example, or just in general? Is there any perspective of kind of institutionalizing what you are, gathering, so it becomes public knowledge at some point.
Yes, the main matter is to make it public. Well, I use all information constantly during all exhibitions in which I participate as a part of the exhibition group or my personal exhibitions. Also, I'm publishing books using this archive, and also, I don't know, this a small community of researchers, Ukrainian, not only on architecture, but also on art and social media. Let's say they know that I have it, and they are constantly asking me, and I'm sharing this information. But also, I saved some original copies of drawings, of blueprints, of architectural models, and I'm trying to leave everything in architectural library in Kiev in the name of Zabolotny. So we have like our main forepost of architecture. It is architectural library, but in effect, nobody knows. I will tell you, it's already a museum of architecture, because they have not only books as a library or newspapers or magazines. They have also blueprints. They have amazing photo archive, by the way, which they collected from some previous state institutions which were closed in the 90s and the early 2000s. So they asked them, please give us all information. Or some old architects did it like I did, like simply bring all the archives to their depositarium. But another thing is that it's not easy in a way of all bureaucracy to manage this, because it's another architectural library is a state institution, and it's quite complicated also to manage this within the bureaucracy and all papers, but you can find it still there. And my main focus was also to bring everything to the library, because through the library it can be much more public, and through the library you can also search for a lot of information. You can follow their website. Unfortunately, it's very old-fashioned, but all information is saved. And also photography archive, because this institution where Ranchikov worked, this archive was, one architect, he bring all this archive to the library. And also we can find this Ranchikov's photos there, which he didn't take to his private archive. So, like, the main way is, to make it public, not for just collecting this information.
Thank you very much. I have one comment and one question. So the comment, I remember that Viktor Marushenko, and we will be talking about him later, said that Kyiv is very, how to put it, is not photographed enough, let's say. But you showed us a very nice selection of photographs, both from architects and photographers. But what he meant then is that there is no publication, or there is no work that would somehow summarize all the work that has been done during the Soviet times and later. So Kyiv somehow remained this city that is, although a capital of Ukraine, doesn't have a good photographic representation. I wonder if you can comment on that. And then my another question would be, where does this architecture photography sits without a bigger picture? In a sense that in the Soviet Union there was this division between like professional photography, which is photojournalism, art photography, which was present and then less present depending on the period, and then amateur photography, which was another big movement, and everything that didn't fall into the category of professional photography fell into the category of amateur photography. So where would the architecture photography be in this scheme?
I will start with the last one. I think it can be both, not both, but in all mentioned groups of photography. It depends what author we will discover. Because Galaiba, with its old buildings, it can be named as an amateur photography, as well as even art photography, if some art critic will write some specific text on it, or discover him as an, let's say, art photographer. And Ranchikov can be both as a journalist, not journalist, but how you mentioned, like an official reportage photographer. But also after that, as I mentioned, he started to he wanted to get rid of the socialist photography to become more independent. That's why he started to take a series of photos according to his some ideas and topics, and it can be definitely called as an architectural photography or art photography. So I think all of information I presented can be attached to all groups. It depends. That's why I think that it's really nice and fruitful material to discover. And now I'm going to answer in your first question, because I was totally agree with Viktor Marushenko when he said this. We were in very close contact back then days, and I can totally agree. Even maybe we said it together to each other, you know. But after that, through discovering this topic, I can say that yes, how to say, official image of the Kiev was not recorded properly. But searching more and more, I can say that maybe we can really present a much more wider and truly picture of Kiev. But it's a long way, and it's a long term, and it's a lot of things to do. And still, for instance, this archive of Galaiba, of all these old buildings, which is really like a true history of Kiev, you know, and even it's quite, I don't know, spectacular for me to catch this point that this person was back that days already like seeing this problematic of disappearing old city, and not only seeing but trying to fix it, you know, trying to highlight this problematic, trying to fix it. And but unfortunately, these photos in my presentation I scanned from his book, which also not a good quality publishing project, yes. And trying to find out some, because he died a couple years ago, find out his family members, also to ask them to save this archive, or probably to bring it to the library and hopefully to scan it. It's another like a huge work to be done. So that's why, firstly, we need to investigate, save, and then work with this information, and it can be attached to all groups of photos you mentioned. That's why it's really interesting. That's why also my my lens is also to bring architecture out of architecture, let's say, to make it more public as a subject, not only a specific field and knowledge of an architect who are very, let's say, boring people in black shirts and black glasses, like we are an architects, yes, also a Soviet one, but to make it more public, to work with this material, because also like Ada and Volodya and this demolition of the wall, it's not only about architecture, yes, it's also about art, it's about, I don't know, social, it's about everything, politics, whatever. That's it.
This is our first panel discussion, which is entitled Irina Pap, The Truth of Life in Soviet Photo Reportage. And the panelists are, the moderator is... okay.
No, but that's okay. Since I am a moderator. So Katya and Katya, they're going to present the actual material, but I just have a set of questions. And so there are several reasons why we're talking about Irina Papp. So one of the reasons is actually well connected to the previous presentation, is about the fact that there was an archive of Irina Papp that was found at some point, and we'll probably talk about this later, but that was kind of a huge moment when we discovered this photographer, when her archive, which was quite literally discarded into the garbage can, was actually retrieved. And so most people don't know anything about Irina Papp, even in Ukraine. So I suggest that we should start with her biography. So maybe I don't know who, one of you will give us some kind of a biographical sketch, because it's because Papp is a fascinating figure, starting from the fact that Irina is actually not her real name. She was born Freda, is it correct? Freda Papp. You already understand what's the issue. She was Jewish. Katya, I'll give you.
Yes, so what we see here is, first of all, the photographer herself, and the picture is taken by her husband, who was also a photographer, Boris Gradov. And then, thanks to the research undertaken by her family and her grandparents, we also see here her record of the registration and the record of her birth. She was born in Odessa in 1917, and later on she changed not only her name but also her year of birth. It's 20, then she made it 21, 1921. Partially, I guess, as every woman wants to look younger, and to be younger. Partially, of course, that was the strategy to cover as much as possible her Jewish origin. So yes, first Freda, and then you see already in her work record, Trudovaya knižka, it's Florina, and then from that it became much more conventional Russian Irina. So there was a transition, let's say, that was happening throughout her life. So as I said, Jewish origin, she was born in a family coming from Baltic region, engaged in printing business. Born in Odessa, raised in Kiev, and then studied in the newly organized, founded Ukrainian Institute of Cinematography, graduating in 41, and as a result being evacuated to Russia because of the occupation of Kiev. And her specialization was film industry electrical engineer, so not a photographer, but I assume, and we can assume that of course photography and cinematography in early years very, very close, and the origins and some theories were very similar. So she was, we can assume that she was familiar with photography, but it's only at the beginning of the 50s when she moved with her second husband Boris Gradov to Uzhgorod, where he worked as a photo reporter, when she started taking photographs. And then we find in her record of work that she was first a mysterious literary worker, which is yeah, I guess very formalistic, very formal occupation that was, I don't know why, maybe she was writing something, maybe she was sort of an administrator or a secretary, or it's not clear what was this occupation literary worker, and then she became a photojournalist, photo reporter, and somehow made an amazing career. They moved back to Kiev, and she started to work for Izvestia, the second most important newspaper in the Soviet Union, from 57 until 71, 72. So more than 15 years. She was the main photo correspondent in Kiev editorial office, so her job was to cover everything that happened in Ukrainian Republic. So most of her archive covers Ukraine, with one exception that she photographed in Caucasus. That's at least what I found. And then in the 70s, after, let's say, retirement from Izvestia, she found a school of journalistic excellence, which was one of the first professional educational programs for photojournalists in Ukraine. That was somehow copied from the institution of the same name in Moscow. There was a certified program, a two years long program, and the diplomas were issued. The educational process there was built on the idea of peer review, and thanks to her connections and her network, she invited a lot of important Soviet photo reporters as speakers or as lecturers. And the graduates of this program or this school, it's also interesting because some of them were mentioned in the previous presentation. For instance, Alexander Ranchukov or Volodymyr Falin, but among them also Vasily Artyushenko, Rita Ostrovskaya, Alexander Lyapin, and as well, yes, and Viktor Marushenko, and we will talk about him later today. So it was, let's say, the first generation of photo reporters of the independent Ukraine that were trained at this school. And as Falin told me in an interview, they were proud to have this diploma, the diploma of the school.
Yeah, the question of education is actually very interesting because we can say that she in fact did receive education in photography, because going to cinema school was the kind of the only way you could learn anything about photographic medium as well. There was no any other kind of education in photography at the time. Which is interesting because she was a woman and she was also Jewish, which is kind of a double marginalized identity, and yet she gets higher education before the war. I mean, it's quite an accomplishment, I think. And then also later she establishes her own school. We'll talk about the school slightly later, but was her path unique in that way? Were there any other women photographers? And I know that you prepared. Is it not working? What's going on with?
Restore
So the question is, as a woman, was it actually easy to be a photographer at the time, and what kind of photographer? So work for a newspaper. We kind of always assume that it was more of a man's job, but I don't think it's. Let's go. I mean, I'm not sure if it's true actually. Were there other women photographers at the time?
Maybe I will add to Katya answer about her life and her work in Kiev while you looking how to open the presentation. And I also wanted to add that it's interestingly how we come to her archive and start looking at her images and start learning them. This is because of Valery Miloserdov, who was a photographer as well at Izvestia newspaper, and who just got a job in the early 90s in Kyiv, and he came to his office and found a lot of garbage from the past, and among all of this garbage it was a huge box with slides and photography from Irina Pap. And he started looking at all of these images, what was there inside. And it was a lot of interesting pictures of Soviet life of 50s and 60s, quite unique images. So he started learn more about her personality and her professional path. And after he find her family and start asking what she did and why she decided to put everything to the trash. And then he again find another archive with her images from abroad vacations and some professional trip with Soviet leaders. So it means that she was quite close to the party and authorities, because otherwise you just cannot go to Western Europe, to the Central Europe to visit it and to photo shoot, and also to save all of these images for after. So this is also interesting how she can put some topics for her own personal archive and something that she wants to forget and not to want to show to anybody. So this is also for me, intriguing question, what is really was on that images, what we can find in this Soviet real life, is something else also was documented there. And other small details, how people describe her. She was super small, tiny woman. So compared to all of these guys, huge guys with huge photographical apparatus, she was as a contrast to them. And of course, this is also give this image of women in Soviet photography.
I actually started thinking of being a woman in that profession. Did you have any advantage in terms of, you just started mentioning that she was small? I don't know, maybe she could get access to certain things that men wouldn't. I don't know.
I guess it depends, and it's also, I think, exists right now, when women work at the front line. To some topics you have access, more like you can build human stories and you can ask people about some personal life details and they will explain everything to you, to have these emotional connections. But I know that for some women photographers it's quite difficult to go to the front line on the 0 point.
So you mean right now in terms of, yeah. But going back to Pap, you just mentioned that women can be kind of more relatable in a certain way. So do we see this in her archive, that she photographed certain topics that a man would not, or would not be able to?
I think she has not that question for myself, as I can see from her images, because she photographed for the newspaper and it should be very Soviet iconographic, I would say. So it's maybe we have to look more deeply to answer this question. But for me now, it doesn't look like she tries to build these connections between her and the people whom she photoshoot.
It's interesting because, it's unfortunate we can't see her photographs.
You can manipulate it from there.
Yeah, because her photographs are very, I call it anthropocentric. There are a lot of people. I would say that she photographed primarily people, but you say that there was not that kind of intimate connection, a close connection. It's like a ornamental Soviet body from afar.
can we go from there to the different slides? Can you go to the caricature, please? No. No, the previous presentation, the slide with the caricature. Because this one, I was pretty happy to find it, but also like to unpack it. It was an interesting task. Yes, this one. So this is a page from the magazine that existed in Soviet Union from the 30s with a break during the World War II and then until the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's called Soviet Photo. And this is a issue, the first issue of 1960. It is very representative because, first of all, you see that, and I made it in red circles, that there are only 3 female photographers. Galina Sanko, who was a war photo reporter, so she's there sitting on the crane, and even there, how they depicted her, like these high heels, although she's wearing sort of a uniform, is speaking a lot. And then there are Olga Ignatovich and Elizaveta Mikulina, who are accompanying kids because they were famous as photographers who were, somehow photographing a lot children. And this is an interesting representation. Then I was quite fascinated by how the Ukrainian group is depicted on the top. It's Lishko, Davidzon, and Kozlovsky, whom Losha mentioned in his presentation. And you see that they, this is like a super folkloristic and simplified image of Ukraine. So they are holding sunflowers and they are wearing traditional supposedly Ukrainian outfits and sort of a musical instrument, which is, I don't know, not balalaika, but not by bandura either. And it's funny that they are credited as nice Ukrainian guys are having a heartfelt conversation. This is how it's described. Especially Davidzon is a nice Ukrainian guy, as you can understand from his last name. And then I marked also photographers who were of Jewish origin. So you have the names here. Also to give you an idea how many of Jewish origin photographers were in Soviet photojournalism. So for me, this image is very interesting because it touches upon a number of questions and number of identities. The Jewish identity that as some of the researchers say were at the origins of Soviet photojournalism. So Soviet photojournalism was basically established in the 30s by the generation of Jewish origin photographers and coming, very interestingly, from Ukraine, like Arkady Shayhet, born in Mykolaiv, Max Alpert, born in Simferopol and studied photography in Odessa, Elazar Langman, born in Odessa, Friedland, born in Kiev, Sheinin, born in Sevastopol. So, and back then there was no open anti-Semitism, so it was kind of okay, and that was a young profession. There were no gatekeepers, let's say, so it was pretty easy to enter the profession. Already at the times of PAP, being Jewish in this profession was pretty complicated, and most of the people were hiding their identity. And Evgeny Khaldei, for instance, who is the author of the most emblematic photograph, the flag over the Reichstag, Riksdag. He lost his position and his job after the war, and he was walking from one editorial office to another, offering his photographs, and no one wanted to work with him. Of course, it was not openly said because he is Jewish, but that was the bottom line of this. Can we go ahead, please? More? So yeah, and this is also interesting because this is an article written by Yakov Halip, one of the as well of a Jewish origin, one of the first generation of Soviet photographers, and it's called Comrades in Profession. So he talks about female photographers, and basically the bottom line is that this is a profession that requires physical stamina. It's not easy. Yeah, this work is exciting, even romantic. It requires great physical training, endurance, and ability to overcome danger. And it's not always within the power of a woman. That's what he says. But those women who have devoted themselves to photography work cope with it with honor. Next slide, please. So this is whom he mentioned. As you can see, there were female photographers. Maybe there were not so many, but still, and there were some of the older generation like Mikulina or Ignatovich, and there were younger generation. And it's funny also that this discussion about female photographer pops up every March in a Soviet photo. So, every year a March issue is mostly about female photographers, or somehow there are articles dealing with female photographers. Next slide, please. So yeah, this, for instance, is a short note about the exhibition of female photographers. And the next one, and this is interesting because this is this was an exhibition of 7 years in action, and you can see that here are all the winners of this exhibition, all the participants, and there are mostly men, as you can see, because they were printing back then the photograph that won and the portrait of the photographer, and there were only 2 women, among them Pap as well, so also quite representative. Like even if there are many female photographers, maybe not all of them can make it to the top, because this was, of course, the most important event in the Soviet photography, like a huge exhibition, including sometimes hundreds of photographers.
And so in the Soviet photo, it actually reported on, I mean, the photography that they published was of several kinds. It was also art photography and photo reporting, and like what were the other kind of categories of photography they dealt with in the Soviet photo?
Well, the magazine was established as to deal with 2 categories, 2 genres, the photojournalism and amateur photography. And for amateur photographers, there were many advice and pieces of advice, and a lot of technical information, how to develop, how to print, how to construct a black room, etc., etc. While for photojournalists, there was a very intense discussion about the staging in photography, about the subject matters, about the execution, and then at some point in the 60s, art photography enters as well, and there is a conversation whether photojournalism or art photography has to play the main role, and then eventually photojournalism wins, and there are no traces of art photography whatsoever in later conversations.
So the 60s was the moment when it was debated and then kind of dropped. But do you have more photographs of Pop?
Yes, if we go a little bit So yeah, this is, for instance, the photograph that won in this competition. It's called Wedding. And then if we continue, the next slide, please, and the next one. Yeah, was a round table with women reporters in the 74. You can see the faces of the female photo reporters. Then next slide, next. And here I made the selection of a little bit what we were talking about before. If this, we can say that this photography is somehow gender coded, and if the subject matters are the somehow more of the gender affects, let's say, the selection of subject matters. You can find photographs like this of like children and motherhood in PUB's archive. I can't say that it's a majority, that this was her main subject matter, but I think they are quite female in a way. Although I have to add that her colleagues also say that, and this was popped up also in the interview with Falin. He said that we never ever perceived her as a female. She was just a colleague, like any other colleague. Like we never saw her gender as a as something that is important, because she was like just one of us. And yeah,
I can add. I mean, of course, I think that Irina Papas also didn't think herself as a women photographer, because at the Soviet time it was quite tricky to call themselves women artists, female artists, whatever, and also like to recall feminism, because for them like true and honest artists might be without any gender from the big capital R, like artists. So for them it was really essential, and a lot of women artists are mentioning this. But also I think that the core question is if she really has this opportunity to go further as a career, and what topics she can cover and how she can work with that. Because of course when we look at the how many women photographers were in Soviet Union, even they was there, what kind of percentage among all of these people who could work in newspapers were women. So I think this is like really tricky question, but I also agree that maybe in such Soviet photography we can't say who was shooting, women or men, because all images, they looks like an illustration to some topics which are super important, like happy family, like newborn kids, 1st of May, which is a celebration of Labor Day, and everything else. So like it should be some emotion inside, but not in this exact image, but just like in general, in whole press.
So you both saw her archive, like researched the archive.
Can we go to the next slide?
Are there topics that she was particularly drawn to? Can you, I don't know if it's kind of noticeable that she was photographing certain things over and over again?
Well, I tried to categorize a little bit the archive. Of course, there are all the official celebrations, like you just mentioned, like the 1st of May, and the Khrushchev official visit to a farm and stuff like this, which is for me personally of a little interest, because this was just the sheer documentation of political events, little to be to discover that, although that depends on your position as a researcher. I feel like there were a lot of photographs which represent Ukraine as an agricultural country. Maybe you talk about that. Then there were quite many portraits of this like exemplary workers, both female and male, and then there are also photographs of Kiev, which Losha could have added to his presentation, because she, from time to time, quite regularly, and for instance, she also photographed the Patton Bridge. She photographed Kiev. She photographed these prefabricated buildings, how they were erected, and the new districts in Kiev, and Verkhovna Rada as well as a more like emblematic building. So yeah, these are more or less the categories.
I also need to say that when she was trying to photoshoot streets and some protests, she tried to catch more people than she can, because it also helps to give this image of crowdy city, which alive and happy, because also when we look at her images and trying to get what is inside, we should understand that this is 50s, 60s and 70s, very specific time for Soviet Union, but also for Kyiv as well. And maybe we can go to my presentation with the image of grain and factories. So I choose to talk about one image of Ukraine as iconic image of grain wheat production. And what is interesting that you can see here super happy, grateful women who work on the production, but also looking more precisely, we can recognize that she wears quite not traditional for working time outfit, right? It's more typical for celebrations, and this is very embodied traditional Ukrainian not dress, attire. Attire. So I assume that this exact photography was made specifically, and this exact woman was dressed specifically for this photo shoot. But then if we will go for the next slide, also we can see a bit earlier painting by Tatiana Yablonska, who almost the same iconography, and she comparing to Irina Pap, for example, who didn't leave diaries and her memories from that time. We can go to Tatiana Yablonska diaries when she describes a lot this exact moment when she worked at Letava to depict this grateful and happy woman who tried to rebuild the wheat industry after the Second World War. And she mentioned that she never wanted to depict real women, but also wanted to give this feeling of a joyful life and the desire to give something more to the production, to make some heroical acts. So she made a lot of sketches, and you can go to the another slide to see how she tried to find an exact right moment for this main woman. But still here you can see that this is just normal working dress, not this fancy that women wear in the Irina Pap image. But also another thing that I wanted to add about image of Irina Pap is that what is this joy about and what is this happiness about? And this is also an interesting thing that, like, look into this to emotions during the Soviet time. You can see like a lot of such happy faces over the all the visual culture, and this is, of course, something which come up after the Second World War, but this is somehow was industrialized. Because this comes not only from the visual culture, but also as a tool and as a pattern for people. Like, for example, it was a TV show for the Soviet Union called From All Our Heart, which was existed in 60s, 70s as a late night show, and they discussed a lot of some personal emotions of workers, and they try to show this happy family lifestyle, but also like talk a lot how all this happy family life can give what it can give to the state. And if it was this idea that if the Soviet people would be happy, so the state would be happy as well. But we don't know if they were happy or not. And the idea of that was here you cannot see the individuals, but you also can see some like patterns of heroes, Soviet heroes who can contribute to the state. And the third topic inside of such image of pop is that at 60s and 70s, Soviet Unions exported not selling wheats, but also buying wheat. So it was a huge problem for economy at the time. So like showing a lots of such images of wheat field and grains and so on, this was not really true image, because Soviet Union bought a lot from abroad. So I think that was somehow how ideology were working through the photography.
Can we see more of
and
Pop's
one
photographs?
more image. This is like real workers from Letava. And the next slide, and this is something that connects us from that time.
Yeah.
And speaking about wheat production, we also need to remember the Russians' full-scale invasion and how they targeted specifically the wheat fields. And here you can see Yevhen Maloletka, who was photoshooting this exact period during summer 2022. And I guess this is something that like really connects us with the images of pop at that time.
Well, iconographically. I don't know if it connects necessarily by visual language, but yeah, that's an interesting thread to look at in Pop's photographs and Yablonska. And now, are there more photographs by Irina Pop? In your, can we go back to the other presentation? But big question. I don't know if we can answer the question, but was there? Did she have a recognizable style of her own? Like if we look at lots of photographs from the period, would we be able to say, "Oh, this is by Irina Pop," or was it the kind of a stylistically it was Soviet photography undifferentiating, and then we could not, we could not pinpoint this kind of signature style of a particular person?
It's really hard to me to compare with other women photographers from Soviet Union, but I saw a lot of images of Boris Hradov, and they're quite different, but still the same topics and the same atmosphere, I would say. The difference might be only on focuses that they choose both.
Well, I have to say that this is one of my main questions because I write my thesis on Irina Pop. Yes, you're right that I think Soviet photography, the idea of Soviet photography was that to make it as unifying and as homogeneous as possible. So in the magazine, in the Soviet photo magazine, there was an ongoing discussions of do's and don'ts of photo reporter's job, and it was referring to your previous remark about this idealized image and protagonist, which who is not a real person, who is an embodiment of a certain idea, a new Soviet person. You, as a photographer, were not supposed to be too naturalistic. Very vague term, but it means like close-ups where I don't know, the hair on a face or pores are seen are not accepted because this ruins this ideal image of a Soviet person, you couldn't photograph people in their real clothes. So very often, and this is what a lot of photographers say, they were carrying props with them. Talking about props, if you are photographing a certain profession, there should be certain attributes of this profession, and these again was kind of a standard of Soviet photography. Staging, another big issue, because they were denying staging but doing it everywhere and all the time. So I think in these circumstances it was pretty complicated to have your personalized style, unless as a photojournalist, of course, because you had to comply to certain rules and regulations so that your photographs are taken and published in the news outlets. But I have to say that, and I found a couple of photographs of Irina Papp who are almost identical to the photographs of other photographers published in Soviet photo, like a portrait of one work, and it took me a really long time to like juxtapose two photographs and to understand if this is the same person and if this is the same photographer, because they were super similar. So I think there are certain schemas that they were all following, and it was inevitable. But at the same time, yeah, I agree that if you then compare Gradov and Papp's photographs, which is a very good example because they were very often shooting together the same things, you see the difference. And then a big question that maybe I'm stealing from you is why and how she managed to train the next generation of Ukrainian photographers who were completely different and they were not how you say, like, constrained by these stipulations, these Soviet stipulations.
Yeah, this was one of my questions. But maybe another thing that we should mention is that, and maybe another of my provocative questions is that, okay, we're talking about the Soviet style of photography. There is a certain leveling of, maybe not an iconographic level, but kind of a visual level, like conventions for photographing. But aren't they modernist primarily, and then Soviet? Like when we say Soviet, what does this mean? Is this just modernist photography, and that's why it's actually kind of a unified, not just within the Soviet Union, but like if you start looking at photographs of the same period in the US, they're just so very similar. One thing that we didn't talk about it is a vantage point. How, I don't know, do you have any of the photographs?
Yeah, maybe we can go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide?
And maybe more? No?
I don't remember how many there are.
But a lot of these Soviet photographs were the photograph from the very high level, from very high vantage point. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think Papp was one of the first to photograph do aerial photography in Kyiv. I don't know, how did she do that? Is there from a helicopter? But that's why I started thinking of Margaret Brooke White, who also photographed from, I think, an airplane or something, but she was flying high. And there are photographs of her next to an airplane, and there are photographs of Papp in a certain turbine. I think it was like a nuclear. But anyway, there's just so many visual similarities, and it's like, are we talking about modernist photography first and foremost, and then Soviet as this kind of a type of modernism? If it's possible.
Yeah, I can try to answer this. Yes, there are many researchers, or there are some researchers who compare specifically American and Soviet photography and find a lot of similarities. What I think could be useful is this, and forgive me please, this is my memory and I don't remember now the name of this Lithuanian researcher of photography who suggested the term Sovietization of photography, which I think can work pretty well as opposed to Soviet photography, because what she says is that obviously there was a photography before the Soviets, and when they came, their topic was to make photography one of their ideological tools, and they succeeded in that. By what she means by Sovietization, it's the process of converting, sometimes by force and sometimes deliberately, to a certain ideology and to a certain political agenda, which was the political agenda of the newly created Soviet state. So it has nothing to do with how it is a modernist photography, like how you make it, how you exercise it. It's the modernist way of doing it, but loaded with this ideological message and used as this ideological tool. So Sovietized, yeah, it's a Sovietized modern photography, if I may say so.
So maybe that's an answer to the question how she was capable, and like how did she manage to train the next generation of photographers? Like if you subtract the ideological load from all of this, so what do we have? The technique, the convention, the visual language that she was able to teach? I don't know. That's my possible answer.
I might add a bit to Katya's words about Margaret Bourke-White and all these images from time. They followed a lot of what she did, specifically because Margaret Bourke-White was in Moscow. So they knew everything about what was happening in press photography in the West. And of course, they also have this competition between them. But I think that here we also should mention again that this is like reporting, this is press photography, not artistic photography, let's say. So I think that that's why there is so many common things that we can find between West and Soviet photography. Because, for example, if we will compare to the previous photography that was before Soviet Union, like in early Soviet Union, because in Nova Generatsiya magazine, which were printed in Kharkiv, there was photography by like late 20s, I would say, and this is also quite modern and very progressive, and they were inspired by German expressionism. So and this looks very different to everything that Pop did. And also, if we will go to some catalogs, artistic catalogs from exhibition, there was today it might be biennial, but it was an exhibition of young contemporary Ukrainian artists, and it was a huge section of photography, and they exhibited it in Odessa in 1929. There is no images at all in this catalog, but just names of photographers. So I think that the core question is that how we can compare and answer this question if we don't know what was before. And maybe this is specifically also a time we see in these images, because if we speak about people who comes after, maybe they see different things and they were inspired by different things, so that's why they also have this something new after Pop.
Yeah. Okay, and I think it's probably useful for us to finish. We started this talk with the conversation on education in photography in the Soviet Union at the time, there was none, and so we finished with the fact that she actually established. Can we say that it was the first photographic school, really? So she actually established an institutionalized photographic education in Ukraine, And then she raised the whole generation of people that we mentioned already. And how was Viktor Marushenko connected to her? Was he her student? Because tomorrow we're going to talk about another iconic photographic school led by Viktor Marushenko. So there is a connection there between Marushenko and Pop, right?
Yeah, well, for me that was one of the fascinating discoveries, because I guess everyone who is a little bit familiar with Ukrainian context knows that one of the problems that we have because of the Soviet rule for 70 years, that there are a lot of connections lost and a lot of chains that were kind of broken, of succession, of some kind of continuity that is missing, and this is a good example that we just don't know about those continuities, and we have to learn and discover things, because Marushenko was a student of Irina Pap, and he recalls her a lot. He used to recall her a lot, and his students in turn, because he established his school of photography in 2004, and recently I learned there are about how many? So there were around 200 students each year for 10 years. So it's a huge number of people who passed through this school. Not all of them are professional photographers. Not all of them made a career, etc. But it's interesting that he was presenting Pap's work almost to all of the students, and they were actively commenting and analyzing her works. So although she's not so known in Ukraine because there is nothing written on her, I think she's pretty known thanks to this promotion that Marushenko was doing, and it really creates this bridge between different generations, and then we can say that the graduates or the students of Marushenko, among them, I don't know, Sasha Kurmas and many others, they in their turn already continue and carry on this tradition, whatever it would mean. So yeah.
Yeah, and now Pop becomes more known, and there was the moment when she kind of came into the spotlight with her archive found in a garbage can. So maybe you can talk more about this. Like, why there is a moment now about Irina Pop, because there are some publications already happening, and you're writing your PhD on Pop, and it was also, the archive was found by one of her students as well. Oh no?
No.
Okay.
Valery Miloserdov is another quite important photographer who started his career in the 90s, but he was not Pap's student, and as he tells this story, he says that he found the box and he saw the name on the envelope, and he knew who she was, but he never saw her photographs or never met her, because she died in 85. He found an archive in 91. Yeah, and then it's interesting that he was also not a person who just kept the archive in at his apartment, because already in 92 he published a selection of photographs in a newspaper where he used to work, with this idea that first it can attract the heirs of Pop, and this is how he can find her children or grandchildren, because back then he didn't know anyone, and then also because that was a very recent past of the newly born Ukrainian nation, so he thought that it might be interesting. And then together with Marushenka, they organized a couple of exhibitions, and also with the daughter of Irina Papp, they organized a couple of exhibitions, and it's interesting how one of the exhibitions was framed in 2007 by Ra Gallery. They made it in a Radisson hotel in Kyiv. Yeah, this is also a difference between like real female, Soviet female, and how we wanted to see them. Yeah, so the exhibition was made in a luxury hotel, and the idea was that the audience and the clientele of this exhibition would be the ambassadors or somehow international people who would be interested in this as a kind of a Soviet souvenir. So it was also interesting how the meaning of the archive changed throughout the time already during the Ukrainian independence, and then the communization comes, and suddenly this becomes kind of forbidden topic because it's too ideological and has to be discarded for this reason. So yeah.
Yeah, this is a conversation that Alex started with our archives and this kind of archaeology. So maybe the last thing we should mention, where is her archive?
Well, now her archive is in Salzburg, in Fotohof Archive, which was a hard decision for the granddaughter, but that was, I guess, the only right decision to take, because as we learned from Alex's presentation, there are no Ukrainian institutions that are interested in photographic archives. No. And yeah,
there is one in Kharkiv.
There is a Kharkiv. Yeah.
I'll talk after the break.
You'll talk about that. Okay. So it's important because the archive has been digitized, and the aim is to release a publication. So it's not just lying there, as it would happen probably in one of the Ukrainian institutions, but it's actively engaged with. So
if you go to their website, you
can find the selection. You can find the selection of photographs, and we are. I collaborate with them, and we continue to this work.
Maybe we should go to the Salzburg Fotohof to find her work. Anyway, so I think we should open the floor for questions and comments, if any.
Yes, that's really interested in the discussion you were having about modernism or modernity and Sovietization or something like that. I mean, I think that's a bit, and in a sense, the Soviet dream and the development of the Soviet Union mirrors that of the West, particularly America. But I think it's fascinating iconographically, but I think there's one big difference, and that is what really changed the Soviet trajectory, which was Stalinism and cultural Stalinism. And Irina Papp was growing up in the aftermath of that, and with all the implications of that, and having to deal with it, that everyone was. And people had different strategies, as we'll see tomorrow. And I think that one shouldn't underestimate that, and the impact, not only cultural, but psychological, Ukraine, but the whole country, in terms of social relations, how people related to each other. And it was just safe doing smiling children. You know, no one believed in it, really. They had their own if they liked them. They might not even have liked them. You never know. But anyway, just in terms of an outsider's perspective, I hope it's helpful.
Thank you. That was interesting. My question is, in doing your research, looking at these photographers, if you have access to their archives, which might include say, the contact sheets or strips of film, at least. In my experience, most photographers tend to photograph around their subjects. So the photographs you've been showing are clearly the ones that were acceptable. But do you not come across the other story, the backstory, the setting up of these photographs, for instance, or a lot of photographers tend to have pet projects of their own, which never get to see the light of day, but nonetheless, being a photographer does give you access to things that ordinary people possibly don't get to see. So do you come across those other stories?
I think that there is a huge problem because you can have access to these stories because she wanted to, like one archive, she wanted to destroy it physically and she forget it on her job. But there is another archive that she also wanted to secret from the eye of family, and this exact archive also very limited. And of course, she, as a very professional photographer, she marked everything and she gave description everywhere, but still there is a selection in one archive and second archive, and there is no more, and also there is no diary and any interview of her, and so this makes things more complicated.
Well, I presume, because I work with this material for quite some time, that she was very cautious, first of all because of her region, secondly because her husband, Boris Gradov, was under Stalin repressions. He was imprisoned, yes. I was also asking myself, because it was clear that the Soviet photojournalism was built in a way that it was super centralized. And if you wanted to build your career, you were supposed to go to Moscow. And even this round table that I was showing before, featuring female photographers, they are all Moscow-based female photographers, which speaks a lot about, you know, how this whole process was organized. So I asked myself, like, why? And everyone says about her that she was pretty ambitious, and she liked her job, and she did it. It was her calling. It was not just, you know, a job. So I asked myself, why wouldn't she go to Moscow? Why wouldn't she try, you know, to penetrate this system somehow? Because she was already part of it. Izvestia was the second most important newspaper in the country. That was not just a small regional newspaper with like limited number of issues released. So I guess this was this kind of a survival strategy, and that's why there are no notes or diaries or any other materials that could put in danger her or her family. And we don't know what Izvestia, the newspaper archive, holds, because it's in Moscow, and despite or except for the war, which makes it kind of inaccessible for Ukrainian researchers, it's also a huge problem because, as I understood and as I know, it's just a huge pile of documents which has no order or any kind of systematic, you know, approach, which means that you just, you know, go there and you hope to be lucky enough to fish something out of it, but there is no particular order. So we don't know what is there. In the archive that is in Salzburg, there are negatives. There are reporter notes which are very short and descriptive. So it's mainly who was photographed, where, what were what was the situation, etc. So nothing beyond that. The only note that has a little bit more of a private touch or individual touch that I found is a pretty long letter that she wrote to the editor of Izvestia, trying to convince him to take one of the reportages that she made. And she explains there that, look, although this is not exactly what we're interested in, I find it interesting. And it's about, she went in Caucasus in one village, and she photographed men from the same family of a different generation. So there were like three generations, I guess, of one family, and this is the only material that is somehow has this personal touch. And then I also question these categories of official and non-official, because I think they are very constraining. And of course, if we look at this situation from this point of view, she was an official one and had nothing to do with unofficial. But then she was friends with Ada Rybachuk and Volodymyr Melnichenko, and she photographed them, and they visited her exhibition, and there was a connection between them, but there were almost no traces of that. So maybe she also knew other non-conformist artists, and they were friends, but there are no traces of that. So this is a complicated task, I guess, also because she kind of cleaned all the traces so that no one really can accuse her in anything.
Thank you for such insightful presentation. And I must confess, I never came across her images, but what strikes me a lot is I can easily imagine a lot of them in fashion magazines of that era abroad. And I'm wondering, for instance, that stage picture of women walking on the with the weed. It's actually not a woman who's doing a hard job. She's doing the labor of being beautiful, which fit to the ideology of post-war, of vitality, of developing families, keep life going. And she definitely has an eye on beauty of clothes, of texture, of someone dressing beyond the average. And I'm wondering, but probably it's a matter of my professional deformation. I see fashion everywhere. But probably isn't a methodology, as long as we don't have data, her statement about does she like fashion or not, isn't a methodology to investigate was actually fashion medium and fashion photograph came across in her experience. As long as she has experience of traveling abroad, probably she saw something. Is there any possibility to see how actually fashion impacted her, how fashion media impacted her? Because, well, again, it does look like covers of fashion magazines, even several photos which I saw on the presentation.
Tanya, do you mean this image was telephone? Yeah, this woman, she's an actress from Kyiv theater, so this is exact image and photography of exact person. So I think that, of course, she wanted to show someone who looks brighter and more interesting as average person in Soviet Union, but also we might remember that this is an actress from the theater. But also I like this image as well, and I was looking at it to see what is behind of this beautiful women, young women. And also I found that it's quite interesting that there is some signs on the telephone, like a graffiti thing now. And I was like, how she can, like, no one looks at it at all, because this woman is so beautiful, so you look at her face, which is under the light, and you think about how spring is coming, and you think about futurism and some utopia thoughts, but you do not look at the details. So this is, I mean, I don't know, maybe she was also inspired of such very joyful images from fashion magazines, but I don't have any.
Well, her grandchildren say that she was in love with accessories, that she had a lot of like scarves and glasses, and that was something beyond the reach for an ordinary Soviet person. But because she was kind of this, being a photo correspondent of Izvestia, she was kind of a more high rank, let's say, intelligentsia, Soviet intelligentsia, and they used to travel a lot abroad. So this is what she would bring back from the travels, and bags as well, like handbags. So they say that she usually was dressed up in a very male manner, like trousers and very simple shirt, but paying a lot of attention to accessories. I don't know if this has of any relevance. Again, according to, because well, my research is based a lot on oral history, so of course we don't know how much of that is truth, but again, her relatives, they say that as representatives of this Soviet intelligentsia, they had access to international magazines, and they were familiar with what was going on outside of the Soviet Union through the first-hand experience of traveling, but also through the magazines. So, yeah.
You asked me about the comment on Viktor Marushenko's quote, and I will ask you also your comment on another Viktor Marushenko quote. So he told me during some of our visits that suddenly, for him, even being a student of Irina Papp, this photography started to work in a kind of meaningful, suddenly, unexpectedly. So maybe you can clarify and list it some of these reasons, kind of summarizing our discussion. What are these unexpected values of Irina Papp's and maybe Boris Gradov archive these days? Besides that it is a Soviet photography representing Soviet way of living, what can be also interesting, especially for international public?
I assume you were addressing me. I think, or at least what is the most interesting aspect of Irina Papp's photography for me is something that you mentioned, that is a very humanistic, very anthropocentric photography. So, of course, it was extremely difficult to get through all these regulations, on all these pretty strict rules when it comes to a portrait, let's say, because there are pages and pages and pages written on Soviet photo magazine about how you, as a photographer, is supposed to photograph people. So that the dignity of a Soviet person is there, and everyone in this country, but also outside, where socialism is only fighting for its role, has to, photography was this tool to kind of convert people to socialism and show, like, look, this is the Soviet person, it's happy, he's happy, smiling, so you can be just like this person if you convert to our values. I think it was pretty complicated to get through this, but also when I compare her photographs, for instance, from late 50s and the 60s, I see the difference, because the poses, the expressions, the background, they are much more relaxed. I see much more of like experimentation there comparing to the end of the 50s. So I also see that there was a certain evolution in her work. And yes, it's human at the end, at the center of her photographic practice. This, I guess, it's interesting. And it reminded me actually that when we showed her exhibition in Austria, people at the opening, and there were a couple of people of like an older generation, when they approached me and they said, wow, but these photographs, they completely ruin the image of a Soviet person that we used to have, because we thought it's we were taught that it's a suffering, gloomy, you know, unhappy, poor person, and then we see all these smiling faces, and it's just, they were just like us, like there were not such a big difference. I mean, it might sound naive, but it's also interesting that people perceive it this way.
I mean, one thing I add, something that we haven't really talked about, just basically we don't have, it's a huge topic, we don't have time, but when we say it's photography, this is a photographic print. It's not, those are not photographs in terms of, you know, silver gelatin prints. It's all photography published. So it's in magazines and newspapers. So there is this whole conversation about the function of this photographic image within the construction of a social, of society, which is huge. And I think that you started actually pointing to that. And I think, so it's a conversation about the function of photography in general. And it's interesting to see what was happening in the Soviet Union, to juxtapose it with the later kind of function of photography in the, let's say, in the West, during the kind of a postmodern time, when we started thinking about the medium as critical, and we started being suspicious of the medium because it's kind of, you know, what is photography? It's voyeurism. I'm thinking specifically on Susan Sontag and her book on photography, which was quite critical to the medium. And so that's another way of looking at photography, as something that is actually deconstructing certain social norms. And this is the opposite function. It's constructing the social norms. And so what's interesting to see, what's happening in Ukraine right now with the war photography, I think we go back to this kind of a way of constructing society, because I see how photography started, it's used in such a way, it's unified the social body. So we can talk, like, yes, we talk about Soviet Union still, but like, you know, answering your question, Alex, what is it here beyond this kind of ideological iconography? I think there is a conversation about what photography does in society in general. So if we don't,
I think
we're on time. Well, thank you. I think it was a fascinating discussion. I've seen a lot of these photographs. Every time I look at them, I find something else. I need a microphone. Well, thank you for the introduction. And I'll just jump right into the topic because I have a lot to say, and I've been told that I only have 40 minutes or so. I've also been told that this works, so we'll see. So as you see, the title of my talk today is Kharkiv School of Photography as Ukrainian Postmodernism. So why is it important to talk about isms? Because we already started in modernism and Sovietization, but why is it important to use the word postmodernism, specifically in relation to Ukrainian photography of the Soviet period of the 60s and 80s? And so with this talk, I will actually try to be revisionary today. I'll try to redefine this established historiographic understanding and periodization of Ukrainian art that has been in circulation since 1990s. And according to this standard view of Ukrainian art, Ukrainian postmodernism begins in the late 1980s. This is what Katya actually mentioned at the beginning in her introductory talk. We have this
even one particular painting by Arsen Savada and Georgy Senchenko that people consider the beginning of Ukrainian postmodernism, almost like a big bang in our art history. And so this emergence of Ukrainian postmodernism typically is associated with a generation of artists who were mostly painters. And I actually want to suggest that Ukrainian postmodernism, so this generation of artists in the end of 1980s, beginning of 1990s, was actually the end of Ukrainian postmodernism. And the beginning is located in Kharkiv, and it already starts in the 1960s. So at the time then postmodern sensibility and aesthetics emerging in general in the worldwide context. So first, I will lead you through the visual material to demonstrate why I think it's actually postmodern. And then in conclusion, we'll talk about the consequences of this historiographic revision. So first of all, I'm going to talk today about, does it work? Oh, I'm going to talk today about the Kharkiv School of Photography. That's kind of already an established term, although a lot of people discuss why we call this artist a school, but we'll leave this discussion aside for now. So when we talk about the Kharkiv School of Photography, we usually talk about several generations of artists who used photography as their main medium of artistic expression. And roughly we divide these artists into 3 generations, but some people actually say that there are already 4. So it's a very vibrant community that is alive, that is ongoing, and the people are, there are next generations that are joining basically. And so the very first generation is the Vremya group, people who were born roughly in the 1940s and started being active in the 1960s. Another important thing about these artists that they very often formed certain artistic groups. They kind of clustered together. So the Vremya group, Vremya is a Russian word for time, and we'll talk about the naming. So that's the first one. This is where we have Boris Mikhailov, Yevgen Pavlov, and actually 8 artists, but Boris Mikhailov is probably the most known in the West. And then the second generation, people born in the 60s and started being active since the 1980s. And here we have the Gazprom group, and then a couple of artists who were kind of affiliated but didn't join the group. And then the third generation is the Shilo group, the Boba group, and then people do say that we have a 4th generation, and we even have a person, Igor Chekachkov, who is considered to be maybe of the latest addition to the Kharkiv school. So, but today I'm going to talk about this first generation, the founding fathers of this movement, the Vremya group. So Vremya is a Russian word for time. There were 8 people. Some of them are no longer with us, unfortunately. So this group was founded by Yuri Rupin and Yevgen Pavlov, who met in the 1960s in Kharkiv, and they met through the regional photo club. The photo club was established in 1965 in a location. It was located in the Trade Union House of Amateur Arts. That was kind of like a house of culture, and I'll explain in a minute what it means. But for the people who are not familiar with this Soviet context of how photography functioned within the society, I think it's useful to explain that in the early Soviet times, let's say since the 1920s until Stalin's death, photography was actually, well, especially in the 30s, when Stalinism was in full swing, photography was actually tightly controlled. The access to the cameras, the access to the materials, you needed to have a permission to photograph outside. You couldn't just take a camera and just walk outside. It was impossible. And so with the death of Stalin, we have this relative liberalization of Soviet society, which we now call the thaw, so the Khrushchev's times. And during that time, photography becomes available to Soviet citizens. So already at the time, you could buy a camera, you could buy some equipment, and you could start photographing. Another actually important point that the very first Soviet camera was produced in Kharkiv. In 1933, it was the experimental model was produced, and then they started a mass production of a camera, and it existed until like 1996, that plant. The camera was actually, ironically, it was called FED, which is an abbreviation from a name of Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky. I wonder how many people know in the audience who Dzerzhinsky was. He was a notorious head of the Russian secret police of Cheka. He was the person who orchestrated the Red Terror, the purges. And so the huge irony in naming a photo camera in his honor, because the camera is also kind of a surveillance apparatus, right? And that camera was actually kind of a ripoff of Leica, actually. Anyway, but the equipment was there. And so in the 60s, the Soviet Union started really not establishing the houses of culture, but like really kind of promoting them. So the House of Culture was the place where adults could come and exercise some kind of hobbies. They could join a choir or dancing group, and quite a few of those houses of culture would have a darkroom and would have a photo club. So this is the photo club. There were a lot of them, even in Kharkiv at the time. So in one of those photo clubs, that was called a photo club for amateur arts, these people meet in the mid to late 60s. And interesting with this, again, Soviet landscape of where photography functioned. So there was that, after Stalin's death, there was that switch from the direct censorship, direct control of like giving permissions to equipment, to material, the switch to something that was more oblique, a type of control through the prescription of aesthetic codes, basically, which we can call it something like micropolitics of power in a Foucauldian sense. So it was a type of control that was positive, benevolent. It was a stimulation and regulation of photographing in a correct way. And so photo clubs were they were places where Soviet citizens could learn how to photograph in a correct way. So here we have a photograph, undated, but we think it's actually from the beginning, like mid-60s to 1970. This is, here we see three members of this Vremya group. On the far left, there is Boris Mikhailov. The next one is Oleg Malyovany. In the middle, Yuri Rupin. And then on the far right, the person who is holding a photograph is German Dryukov. So Dryukov was the head of this regional photo club. He was a Soviet, kind of a renowned photographer at the time. He was published in Sovetskaya Photo a lot. It's also ironic that we don't quite remember anything about him anymore. But he was the person who figured out the social, the Soviet code, and he was the one who was supposed to like pass it on to the next, to his students, let's say. And so these 8 people who formed the Vremya group very quickly realized that they actually didn't want to photograph the way Dryukov and like the Soviet system was actually teaching them. So they form a group very consciously. They give it a name. So the name is interesting because time, like if you think about it, it's a desire to be contemporaneous. It's a desire to be, synchronous with what's happening in the society at the time. And they also write a manifesto. In that manifesto, they formulate what they called Teoria Udara. So in Russian, and you can translate this something like a theory of impact, or maybe even a theory of blow, because udar is both impact but also a physical physical hit. And the idea was that photography, like each individual image, was supposed to hit you in the eye. It was supposed to be that kind of almost aggressive but arresting. So how did they practice this theory of impact? So the first project I'm going to show you is by Boris Mikhailov. The project is called Luriki. It's 1970 and 1985. This project becomes one of the most pivotal as it introduces a working method of hand painting photographs. And when I say introduces, I don't mean in general in the art context. the actual method of retouching photographs has been in existence since the emergence of the medium. But I mean that this method was introduced within this within the Soviet moment of the Kharkiv, of the Kharkiv Photographic Society. So what is this method, and what is this project about? At the time, a lot of people would want, they had their family albums, so family photographs, but usually those were very small photographs in black and white, and a lot of people actually wanted to enlarge those photographs and color them. And what is more, a lot of clients would want to join several people together, kind of collage several family members into one unit, and we can understand why, because this is right after the post-war moment. Then a lot of families actually never had a chance to photograph together, and so there were local, I don't know, artists, how we call them, businessmen. So a group of photographers and painters who would get together, and they would actually send one person to find clients for this kind of photographic alterations. Usually the clients were in rural areas. So it would be this one person, kind of a businessman basically, who would go around, collect the orders, collect a lot of those photographs, and also the notations of what needs to be done with those photographs. So this is what you see on the left. We have two women and then two guys, and the instruction says join them both. Like there should be this collective portrait. So that was an actual practice. That was, which was, by the way, also kind of semi-legal, because in the Soviet Union you couldn't just start freelancing and like creating your own, work project and business project. You actually had to be officially employed somewhere. So that was actually bordering on, a criminal code. And Maris Mikhailov was doing this to just pick up extra money. And then at some point he realized that there was an artistic potential in that. And so his project is Luriki. He uses found photographs, a lot of those photographs from those clients, but then he also creates his own kind of collages. And so on the left, you see a collage, which I think is self-explanatory. I don't know if people, maybe of a younger generation, realize that this is Stalin, right? So there is just a rank and file Soviet citizen in Stalin, and then there is an instruction on the left what to do with those photographs, and then on top you see the final product. So this practice was called Luriki, which is a made-up name. And there are a lot of speculations what the name might mean at the time. The one suggestion is that Luriki is probably an echo with the word Jmuriki, and in Russian, Jmuriki is a slang for a dead body. So it's like combining dead bodies. So you can see why it's a postmodern gesture, right? There is a found photography, intrusion into a picture plane with a text, conceptual elements of combining text and image, colorization, and colorization often in a very crude way, with colors mismatched, misapplied. It's very kitschy, and it actually creates this, like all of this together creates a very ironic effect. And so Mikhailov inaugurates this hand-painted photograph, and this gesture becomes so pervasive that it kind of defines the whole movement. Lots of people from Kharkiv are still hand painting or using color in that particular mode. Using color, or maybe even misusing color, in turning color into a subversive tool to expose aesthetic and political incongruities of the Soviet ideological edifice, but also color in this way, it's a subversive tool to go against the grain of photographic modernism. Because if you think about kind of a high modernist moment in photography, it's all in black and white. Like 1920s, 1930s, predominantly it's a black and white photography. So this is against, photographic modernism. Anyway, so the next person, so that's another one by Mikhailov, Luriki. Again, you can see the irony in both of these collages. The next person I'm going to talk about is Viktor Kochetov. he is of generation of the Vremya group people, but he didn't kind of officially join the group, although he was a friend and he was always around. He also unfortunately died prematurely in 2021. So Victor worked as a journalist for local newspapers for like several decades. And here I'm showing you one of his photographs. So, like, it's slightly later, but I'll show you his early photographs, and it's the same kind of working mode. So this is, I just love this image. I love talking about it, because this is a building in Kharkiv. It's one of those early Soviet constructions from the 1928. People in Kharkiv, do you recognize the building? Yes, yeah, it is nodding. So the original building, so 1928, that moment in the Soviet Union, the building is kind of this typical Soviet concrete color, kind of a grayish, brownish color. And then the building has a name, and the name is what? Do you know? The name is Krasny Bankovets, which is red banker. So it was built like some kind of financial institution. So we have a building whose original color is gray, and then we have a red as kind of a ideological color of the building. And then what does the artist do with it? So he paints it wild colors, bright, garish, and the colors he paints the building doesn't correspond to either the actual building or to the ideological coloration. And so with this artistic gesture of misapplication of color, Kochitov creates a fissure, kind of a crack between the external reality as is, its ideological veil, the way it should have been perceived correctly by the obedient Soviet subject, and the actual subjective experience of this reality. So I would like to suggest that this artistic gesture of color misregistration, this kind of fissure, this incongruity, is one of the most recurring visual tropes of many other artists from the Kharkiv School of Photography. And of course, it's a very postmodern way of working with photography. So these are Victor's earlier photographs. One photograph, 1977. So this is from the time, the photograph is called Stage Circus Performance. This is from the time that he was actively working as a photo reporter for the local newspapers. And again, those who are familiar with the Soviet reality, you can probably date the building to the month or even to the date, because this is the moment of the celebration of the Soviet October Revolution, which is November 7th, 8th. That's when we would have lots of demonstrations, tons of people outside. And usually there would be speeches by party leaders in the middle of the cities. This is, by the way, right in the middle of Kharkiv. And why we know this? Because there's Держпром on the horizon. So that's one of the iconic constructivist buildings on the far left. So this is somewhere like in the center of the city. There is this platform where a Soviet functioneer would deliver a speech, and then there would be a concert after that. So this is the moment of this concert, or like some kind of a circus performance, which is already an ironic statement on the speeches of the Soviet leaders that were also a type of circus in themselves. And the color here rhymes, the color rhythm adds to an ornamental quality of the image, and it kind of turns this collective Soviet body into a pattern, which creates an ironic or even comical effect. A Soviet collective body as an ornament. And another subversive element here is it's conveyed by its perspectival distortions. As you notice, the horizon line of this image curves dramatically. And this happens because Victor and lots of other artists from that movement used a panoramic camera, but they essentially used it incorrectly. They used it from a very low vantage point and also too close to the subject matter. When I was preparing this presentation, I included an entire blog about Irina Pop and her photographing from in a correct perspective, from a very high vantage point with a panoramic camera. Like if you actually juxtapose those images, you clearly see how these Kharkiv photographers go against the Soviet, Soviet photography, even compositionally. So the panoramic camera was called Horizont, which is a word for horizon. It was constructed in 1967. It was also accompanied by a wide-angle lens, something like a Soviet fisheye. And it was released specifically to photograph demonstrations, mass gatherings, to capture this Soviet collective body. And it also was supposed to convey the vastness of the Soviet land. Those who might be familiar with the Soviet context remember that there was a lot of pride about the country's size, the expanse. So this pride was channeled through all sorts of outlets, from songs to images, and this panoramic wide-angle lens was one of the tools in the arsenal of conveying this might and power. One, of course, could argue that this kind of neurotic emphasis on the size of the country was in some form a compensation for its various weaknesses. So lots of archive photographers gravitate towards this camera until today. You can still buy it, by the way. I've been told that people find it for like 400 euros, actually. Another image by Victor, which is even better, I think. It's also obviously done by the same camera. So this is the, people recognize this image, right? Where is the location? This is Red Square in Moscow, 1990. So it's right on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union. And so if in the previous image, the horizon line is convex, then here it's concave. And both these kind of perspectival distortions render a landscape very unstable. So the red square seems to collapse within itself, as if it's a crevice. It's like after an earthquake or something. And then it's paired with this intense red. It looks quite apocalyptic, but it's also the colors are applied in a very sloppy way. The color patches spill out beyond the outlines, as if they're painted by a small child who couldn't control the body movements. And so in this image, and in other images, color cancels depth. It actually flattens the space. It destroys the volume, volume space modeling, which is, again, an antithetical way of working with color, because typically artists would do the opposite. Like somebody like Matisse was using color in the opposite way. He wanted to create depth not by linear perspective, but this kind of juxtaposition of colors. So this is against this modernist, but not just modernist, but just against this mode of working with color correctly. The next project is also work with color. So it's by Evgen Pavlov, the archival series. The series themselves is from 1986-88, but the images are from earlier decades. So in this project, Evgen Pavlov, at some point he started looking through his own archive, and obviously this is all analog photography, so it's photographs on film rolls, on slides. He started looking through his own archives, and as he says, he was kind of almost like mournful, because there would be lots of interesting images, but the actual film roll would be damaged, which was actually easy to do, because Soviet photographic materials were not of good quality. They were coating was often uneven, and then it was flaky. There would be lots of scratches, like easily scratched, easily kind of dirtied. And so he had a lot of photographs that had all of those imperfections. And he said that, it was almost futile to try to print from those rolls and correct all of those imperfections through printing, which you can do. You can do all sorts of manipulations in the darkroom to make your image better. And again, juxtaposing into this modernist moment, Ansel Adams was probably the most famous person. He even created manuals of how to print correctly. And so what does Pavlov do? He actually says, I realized at some point that I would actually start emphasizing those imperfections. So he prints from those defected film rolls, and then he takes a fountain pen, and he starts covering all of those scratches on a print. So what you see, this photographs are absolutely beautiful in real life, but they're like so delicate and dainty, it might not be actually that visible in a presentation. But I hope you can see that they're all covered with scribbles. So those are not random scribbles. Those are color patches to cover imperfections. Excuse me. I should have had some water here. So this is a postmodern gesture par excellence, because it's acute attention to the materiality of a photograph as an object, not just to the iconography of the image, but to the material support of the image. And it's hybridization of photography, making it impure, entangling it with drawing, with painting, with text, like all of those elements that, according to the notion of purity of the medium, should not be part of the picture plane. So another major move that this artist introduced is redefinition of authorship itself. The subjectivity of the creative agent. So in modernism, the artist or the author comes across as a type of a prophet, of a seer, some kind of genius who actually can see beyond the mundane, and in photography, somebody who can recognize and capture the decisive moment. And I hope I don't need to unpack this notion of the decisive moment. We all know who said this, or like who created the projects like this. So the modern author extracts the subject matter from within his own psyche and his own inner world. And intuition is the main modus operandi for the modernist author. So for these artists, for the postmodern author, the artist is a compiler, or collector, or archivist. So somebody who does not extract the subject matter from his own psyche, but finds it in the surrounding. Somebody who exists on a horizontal plane of cultural context, citations, who recombines the existing material, working with found objects, found photographs, also with kind of a found, existing visual codes. So it's not intuition, but memory that becomes the main driving force for the postmodern author, who is, as a collector or archaeologist or even ethnographer, preserves the memory of the certain civilization. And in this way, it's this context is a Soviet civilization. And then postmodern authorship also becomes collective. It's kind of diffused. It's between several people who are involved in some form of collective action. And in the context of the Kharkiv Circle, thank you, lots of people, so lots of projects originate from this kind of, from all these people being friends and hanging out together and just living together. So on these slides, we see two photographs by Viktor Kochetov, but photographs are called photo walking, photo прогулка. Although it's not a name of a photograph or even a series, it was kind of a mode of being. So a lot of these people would just, on weekends or even on whatever moment the leisure moment that they had, they would actually go outside as a group, and they would just kind of drift around the city and start photographing each other, the landscape, kind of finding, photography happens as they go, as they kind of being flaneur in the city. And so, of course, we have Boris Mikhailov on the left and Viktor Kochetov himself on the right. We actually don't know who photographed. There were other people at that moment. Or maybe it was, anyway. And then also notice that one is black and white, another is colored, which was also typical. And so there is collective authorship, but then there is also this element of performance in front of the camera. A subject matter of photography emerges through some form of collective action, but which is not predetermined and not designed consciously by the author. And another project that has this performative component another one of those absolutely iconic projects within the school, also by Evgen Pavlov, that is called the Violin Series. So one day in 1973, a group of friends decided to go picnicking on the side of the river, somewhere near Kharkiv. Pavlov had a camera, but actually all these photographers until today, when you meet them, they always have a camera. That's like, it's attached to their hand. They always photograph. So he had a camera, but not necessarily because he wanted to create a project. It was just there. And then it happens so that somebody had a violin, and this violin becomes the main prop of the whole photo shoot. And I'll just show you. So Pavlov had almost like, I think, 200 images from that photo shoot, but he, at some point, he narrowed them down to like 20. And he says that I did this just because I realized that I need to narrow it down to exhibit, not necessarily because the series were like exhausted with those 20 images. So photographs like this. Do we have another one? Yeah. And so this group of people, by the way, they were all friends, and they were all hippies. They were like very self-consciously constructing themselves as a hippie aesthetics, which was kind of permitted in the Soviet Union, but not quite. So even in this kind of a lifestyle decision, it was already slightly of a dissident movement. So to conclude with the redefinition of authorship, to conclude with this redefinition of authorship, I'll show you one more project, which also combines found imagery, chance operation of recombining the existing elements, use of color as a subversive tool, and postmodern irony and performativity. And that's a project by Boris Mikhailov again. It's called The Yesterday Sandwich from 60s, 70s. So with this project, as Mikhailov told us, one day he was actually looking through a stack of color transparencies. And those transparencies are designed, so they're positive images on a transparent kind of a celluloid support, and you need to insert them into some kind of projector, and that's how you would view those images. So he was looking through the stack of them, and two of them stuck together, and he realized, and the juxtaposition was amazing, and he realized that, oh wow, that's actually what you can do with those images, constantly recombining them. So in his own words, he says, with the two slides, which accidentally stuck together as a sandwich, I suddenly saw an absolutely new metaphoric image. Moving color slides one against the other, I could quickly create a huge number of new images. That's when I realized that something valuable can actually arise from a chance operation. The main thing was to be attentive enough to spot a good combination that arose by chance. It was some sort of premeditated happenstance. I just love this phrase. I also think that the series Yesterday Sandwich reflected the worldview of the Soviet people of the 60s and 70s, who were already aware of the double layer of the Soviet life. So there is also kind of a subversion of ideological component here. It's like a double life of Soviet society. So these are two more images. Actually, so the one on the left is a cover, I don't remember when it was published, but it's a cover of a book when these images were published, which means that you had to actually choose two of them and kind of, and combine them, and in that way kind of stop this proliferation of images. But that's not how they were exhibited initially. So initially, Mikhailov would have this kind of viewing sessions. So he would use a carousel projector. He would combine the images in whatever way and would start showing them. And what's important, extremely important, playing the music of Pink Floyd. And now when you see this project exhibited, it always have Pink Floyd. Because for Mikhailov, it was a true, it was a performative moment. It was not just about viewing, but also kind of embedded in the whole soundscape. So this image, also photographed by Viktor Kochetov as kind of a documentation from the first and the only exhibition this group of artists had in 1983. The exhibition was closed immediately during the opening. There was KGB involved and like all of that. But the people who came to the exhibition could see some of that stuff. So these are all, so that's from the same exhibition, from the moment of the opening. These are all of the artists. We see Yuri Rupin standing and reading the manifesto with the theory of impact. So let me see where I am. So kind of to conclude, so what of the postmodern components that we mentioned today? Found material, juxtaposition of incongruous contexts, and incongruous visual codes that produce ironic effects. So there is this postmodern irony at play. Intentional misuse of technical parameters of the medium, perspectival distortions, misapplication of color, impurity of the medium, hybridization of photographic medium with drawing, with painting, mixing image and text, redefinition of the subjectivity of the artist, collective authorship, performativity. I mean, it's quite. I think it's quite obvious. Like for any art historian, it's quite obvious that this is all postmodern way of working with visual material. So why, coming back to the beginning, so why do we have this misconception that all this postmodern aesthetics did not exist in Ukraine prior to the end of the 1980s, and it only emerges presumably with a group of painters? That we know those painters by a collective name of Park Komuna, by the way, because they squatted a building in the center of the city that still had the Soviet name of Paryska Komuna. So Park Komuna is kind of an umbrella term for those artists, but also for Ukrainian postmodernism in a way. So I think this misconception is kind of an aftermath of the Cold War narrative that the visual culture of the Soviet Union had nothing to do with anything that was happening behind the Iron Curtain. So the narrative always emphasized this alterity, the otherness of the Soviet culture, and maybe even exoticizing the Soviet culture in some way. And so these Cold War stereotypes would not allow for an unprejudiced assessment of Soviet culture. It's interesting to note that within the collapse of the Soviet Union, we had a lot of initiatives, economic, cultural, political initiatives from the West that came to Ukraine and started kind of teaching, well, Ukraine, the right way to live, let's say. And so these initiatives were often predicated on the rhetoric of belated modernity. So presumably Ukraine, or like the East, the Soviet East, the post-Soviet East, had to catch up with the Western development in all spheres, and including the arts. And again, those who are familiar with the context and who research the art of the moment, this rhetoric of belated modernity is everywhere. Everyone tells you, well, actually, Ukrainian art kind of existed, I don't know where, in outer space, and now, guys, you have to catch up. Like, if you think about catching up, it's an ironic notion to begin with. Like, how can you catch up with something that's gone? Like, even if it didn't happen. Let's say in Ukraine, we never had Impressionism. How can you catch up with Impressionism? Does it mean that you're gonna paint 20 canvases in Impressionist style and you catch up? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to begin with, but it also, so this rhetoric of belated modernity in catching up was interiorized by various Ukrainian curators and art critics as well. So seeing the Kharkiv School of Photography as postmodern brings several questions to explore further. First of all, what is postmodernism, if it actually exists in its Western version and Eastern version? And then another big questions, which kind of make sense in the art historical context of Ukraine, or even social context of Ukraine, that Kharkiv postmodernism is a type of dissident movement, artistic dissidents, but also political dissidents, something that I don't have time to talk about, but all of these artists, none of them ever was actually imprisoned or kind of censored, but they were always followed by KGB. And they talk about it a lot. There are all sorts of now we think it's funny moments, but then they were scared, but they were constantly under surveillance. So it was dissident movement, both in political and cultural terms. their work coincided with the generation of the 1960s that we in Ukraine call шестидесятники. So except that these photographers are never actually featured as part of this movement. So the 60s dissident movement is always discussed as a very logocentric movement. It includes writers and poets primarily, and even when it includes painters like Alla Horska, who was one of the kind of key figures within that movement of the 60s, and who was actually murdered by the KGB. So she is included in the movement because she was very vocal and she was politically active. But we rarely discuss her paintings. Like, they're not even like a point, like we don't even know were they dissident, what was so unusual about them. It's not a point of discussion. So even Gorska, even though she was an artist, is not included into the movement as an artist. So my suggestion is to reassess the cultural moment of the 60s and 80s in Ukraine, to go away from this logocentric perspective and to start factoring in the visual culture in its plenitude, to realize that the Ukrainian dissident resistance to the Soviet regime was much wider and much diverse. And so I'll conclude, since we started talking about the archives and all of that. So a couple of years ago, it's embarrassing, but I don't remember the date. I think it's 2019. And then a group of people in Kharkiv from the third generation, from the Shila group, and specifically Serhiy Lebedynsky, founded a museum of Kharkiv School of Photography. It's an actual institution with an actual location. It's an institution that's actively collecting all this material from the earliest Kharkiv moment, from the 1950s and further on. And now we actually expanded and we collect not just Kharkiv photographers, but Ukrainian photography in general. So this is the website. Everything that we have, we digitize. And we have about 5,000 prints and about 30,000 negatives at this point. So negatives are not digitized, but the prints are. And we also try to, it's bilingual, it's in Ukrainian and English. So check our website, see this material, there's a lot of it. We also try to write the history and kind of analytical articles. So this is the upper, well, anyway, so this is from the opening of one of the exhibitions. We exhibit very actively. When the war started, we evacuated all of our archive to Germany. It just happened to be in Wolfsburg, which is a small city near Berlin, just because the local museum really gave us space. But we also evacuated most of the people of the Kharkiv, all of the photographers of the Kharkiv school. We helped Yevhen Pavlov and the rest of the group to leave and also to take their materials with them. So we made everything possible to save these people in this movement. And this is the actual building, which we were supposed to open on September 1st, 2022, which didn't happen, obviously. So luckily the building is still okay, although there was, so the Kharkiv has been bombed, we know that, since the very first day and until today, every day the city is bombed. And so there was a missile that actually luckily didn't hit the building, but nearby. And so the building was damaged, but not critically. But that's where we stand with our archival efforts. And I'll conclude it with that. So your questions, comments? I'll leave it here so that you can guys copy the website. Somebody has to comment. David. This is why, I hope you understand now why I started talking about modernism in Soviet photography. Because there's a larger question, like why are we separating Soviet visual culture so much that we don't see similarities, although I totally agree with you that it had its own, specificity. We can't just level it and say it's the same.
Yeah, well, that's really what I wanted to pick up on. Do you think that there is this kind of separate Western definition of post-modernity and Eastern, post-Soviet, Soviet definition? Because for me, if I'm asked to describe post-modernity as I understand it from the 80s in the US, is a kind of enterprise modernity. Nothing's really changed. It's just that the power system which runs the whole thing is the same. It's just that the belief in one progressive movement after another, that's kind of worked out, and there's more pluralism in that sense within a commodified market. And that doesn't transfer, if that understanding, you agree with it, that doesn't transfer to the situation as I understand it in the, so we say, the Soviet world, or the post-Soviet world.
Yeah.
And I realized that in the 80s, a lot of Ukrainian critics and elsewhere in the East were using the term postmodern. I could never really understand why, because for me it wasn't postmodern. It was brave, critical. It was its criticality that got me excited, not its postmodernity, which actually turns me off most of the time.
Interesting. So there was a kind of a mistrust to the term. But of course this Western postmodern, Soviet postmodern, they have their own specificities. And if you think about, so postmodernism is kind of a reaction against. And so within the Western term, often it was a reaction against what? Against the market, for example. So at the moment we have the kind of what is it called? Like de-objectification, right? All of those practices like performance art, they were against the market, not producing an object that you can actually commodify. And in that way, it's like, how can there be postmodernism? In the Soviet Union, there was no market for art. That's true. But then the postmodern movement, Soviet postmodern movement, was also reacting against. So not the market, but the Soviet visual code, the Soviet ideology. And so maybe postmodernism it has a kind of a common denominator of reaction against whatever ideology. But the ideology might be different, like whatever totalitizing ideological moment, is it a free market or is it a Soviet state? But the way people react against has certain similarities. There's something else I wanted to say, and I'm forgetting. Anyway, but I hope I was convincing that it is a postmodern, aesthetically, that's a postmodern way of working with images, or with the medium. That's what I wanted to mention. I don't know if you, what I picked up from your question is that in the West, artists reacted to something, they were subversive, but like, did they change anything? Because we still have a market in the East. They were subversive and they changed the system. The system collapsed. And we can say, well, actually, these artists were a lot more effective in what they were doing. Although they were not, like if you talk to them now, they were not really politically subversive. They were not trying to dismantle the Soviet order at all at the time, but they did in the end. And so their postmodernism worked, actually. Yeah. So Ukrainian Pavlov, for example, talks about it a lot he's kind of like a philosopher. It's fascinating to listen to him. And he said that we were not reacting, like I personally wasn't really reacting against like Soviet ideology, but I really didn't like that this kind of official way of living was very limiting. That you could, as a person, you could only function within like this amplitude, intellectually, emotionally, and he says, I always felt constrained, and I always wanted to be, you know, to live larger, to live wider, to have kind of more things, not in terms of more things in terms of like material, but just experiencing more. So they were reacting to that kind of, yeah, I mean, you can say that it's a reaction against Soviet ideology, but not in a way when a lot of Shizdesetniki, the 60s in Kiev, they were actually critical of the government, you know, in more kind of straightforward terms. So, yeah.
If there are no other questions, I wonder if you can elaborate a little bit on this marginal position of photography, on which you built one of your arguments that you know, although there was this presence of postmodernism already in the 60s, we start counting from the 80s because the painting was kind of a dominant medium, and it's actually still like this because well, there are a lot of lacunes also in art history, in Ukrainian art history, when we talk about paintings and sculpture, etc. But photography is still kind of an outsider and is not considered part of this Olympus.
Yeah, this is not just a Ukrainian bias. This is like art historical bias in general. Like if you look at how art history is partitioned into periods, they're all based on paintings. Like we have this kind of a primacy of painting as the medium of art. And it's only now, I mean, by now, I mean like last, I don't know, 20 years that people started really critically assessing, like why are we periodizing visual culture based on painting? And if you think about it, painting is kind of always lagging behind. And so, when does modern, like according to this typical art historical survey, when does modernism start in Western history? Well, with Monet, which is like, what, 1860s? And this is flattening of form and like all of that. But photography is actually emerging in 1839, 1840s, and it flattens form already then. Like there are certain things that photography does before painting. And maybe we should start looking at other medium and photography specifically to redefine this whole art historical periodization, not just in Ukrainian art, but then also and photography, if you start really looking at it, photography always reacts first. And it kind of makes sense because it's easy. You take a camera, you do something faster, you know, it takes how many months or maybe years to paint a painting. And I think that's exactly what happened with the Ukrainian visual culture. We always talk about paintings and periodize it by painting, but then we kind of exclude photography. And photography until today is not an art medium in Ukraine. There is not a single museum except Kharkiv School of Photography Museum that collects. And Kharkiv School of Photography is a private institution. There is no state institution that collects photography. We have archives, like Zabolotny Library, or what's the other one, Pshenichny Archive, but they collect it as kind of like a documentary archival thing. They don't collect it as an art medium. And then there's not a dedicated museum to photography. Also, there is not a single dedicated department within an existing museum. Like National Museum of Art in Ukraine doesn't have a photography department. So we still live under this kind of bias of photography being, but maybe that's kind of a Soviet bias, right? Irina Papin established it. Photography being a documentary mode, a mode of reporting, of kind of capturing the social life, but not art. And you yourself mentioned that there was this brief moment in the 60s, right, when they had a discussion in the Soviet photo, and then art photography it was kind of dismissed to this area of the amateur photography you could practice in the houses of culture. That's where these people came out from this house of culture. It's like, yeah, of course, as a hobby, you can just do that kind of art photography. And the person who was practicing it full scale is German Drukov, that I mentioned very early on. So now when we look at, we actually have his photographs. He died also fairly recently, and we collected some of his stuff. And if you look at it, it's kind of this Soviet pictorialism. You know, it's like very lyrical, poetic landscaping most. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I would like to ask you maybe more architectural question than art historian, but nevertheless, can you tell me us something more about impact of the city of Kharkiv on this group of photographers? Because it's quite interesting within the city of Kharkiv, which can be comparable, by the way, with Manchester. It's also an industrial city. And by the way, in Kharkiv, there is a polytechnical institution which is built from also red bricks, and it's called kind of Kharkiv Manchester. And also we know from the 20s and 30s that it was the first capital of Ukraine, as I mentioned, and also there was kind of Ukrainian cultural renaissance. And also all these people later on were killed, and we have a term that is called executed Renaissance generation. So maybe they also, yeah, like this photo, or maybe some other examples of impact on the city on this approach.
I just, to mention briefly about this, the previous, so Kharkiv was the hotbed of constructivism and then also this executed Renaissance. When we talked to these photographers, they were not really, I don't think they were like aware, well maybe they were aware, but like the whole executed Renaissance, a generation of poets and writers who were killed in 1947-38. I actually saw statistics the other day. In Ukraine, in that year, there were 230,000 people imprisoned and 120 executed. And among them, there were around 300 poets and writers. And so after 1938, there are 6 writers left out of 300. But these photographers were not really connected to that material. Like they don't really talk about that. Yermilov was huge. That's a painter that came out of a constructivist moment and who actually survived the purges and lived in Kharkiv. So they were aware of him. I mean, it's an interesting question, how much of that previous Soviet moment influenced them, which still needs to be kind of unpacked. But talking about the city, Kharkiv, the city is huge. It's everywhere. I think the city makes these photographs in so many ways. And we're actually thinking about doing an exhibition on the city because it was basically, it was the primary location. They photographed the city a lot just by kind of, I mean, the city is almost there like by osmosis because they function performatively in that space. And so there is a lot, especially with Viktor Kochitov, because he did a lot of this kind of landscape, the panoramic landscapes, which interesting to mention. I think before our session with Irina Pap, I mentioned this. Like if you look at the Soviet photography, like Pap, I said it's anthropocentric. Like there are always people. She photographs people. I don't think she's interested in the landscape or like the city itself. The city is a backdrop for her. And I think it's probably true for Soviet photography in general, not the architectural one that was very conscious of the buildings, but that kind of Soviet reportage. It was all about people and the social life. As with these photographers, the city does emerge. And then, of course, Mikhailov has this 2 very famous series. In 1991, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was one was called U Zemli, on the ground or at the ground, and another was called Sumirki, like twilight. And it's photographed by the horizon camera, but on the ground. From the vantage point is kind of like an angle. So he's basically crawling through the city and photographing the landscape from that vantage point. And that's his commentary, very conscious commentary against the Soviet photography of expanse and aerial perspective and all of that. And in Mikhailov's photographs in these 2 series, the Soviet subject is living very low, He's not flying up in the sky. And then these photographs I exhibited, they're also, the hang is very low as well, because the museum hang is like 133 centimeters from the ground. It's like this, and they're like this. And so you are like a viewer, you have to actually start walking around, almost like crawling for the space. But yeah, we still, we're thinking about doing an exhibition on Kharkiv as kind of the main protagonist of that movement.
It's my pleasure to introduce the next panel, which will be on Viktor Marushenko. And the moderator of this panel is a Lithuanian artist, curator, publisher, and art collector, Darius, excuse me if I pronounce wrong your last name, Vachikauskas. Okay. And he's also the head of the Lithuanian Photographers Association in Klaipėda department. And the panelists are Max Garbatsky, who is a curator at Open Eye Gallery and co-founder of Ukrainian.Photographies platform, and the curator of the upcoming Ukrainian Pavilion in Venice Biennale, and Alexei Bykov, whom we had pleasure to listen to earlier today. Please, the floor is yours.
Photographer Viktor Marushenko is certainly a phenomenon in Ukrainian photography. His name was mentioned in every presentation today, as we heard. And personally, I'm glad that I had a chance to meet him in Kyiv. In 2019, I visited the art fair Kyiv, Photo Kyiv. And Viktor Marushenko was presenting his photography school online gallery and the shop 5.6, where they presented important or young Ukrainian photographers like Mykola Troch, Yaroslav Solop, Andrei Boyko. With photographer Andrei Boyko, I became close friends, and every time he spoke about Viktor Marushenko as a teacher from capital letter, to him and to many young photographers in Ukraine. So, Alex, could you tell us about the background of Marushenko's way into photography?
Yeah, sure. First of all, it's really a great pleasure and honor to present information and biography of Viktor Marushenko for you. Is it working? Yes. Because in my life and in my, let's say, artistic life, he's a very important person, and I'm really glad that we met each other and became friends, I can say even. So it's really a great pleasure. Viktor Marushenko, he was born in evacuation during the Second World War, and later on they came back to Kyiv with his parents. And he has a sister who's still alive, and his father, he was working as one of the leaders, CEOs of Kyiv-based airplane development producing factory. So Viktor spent all his life in Kyiv, and he was also, let's say, part of this generation of Kyiv people during the Soviet times who were searching for any kind of freedom and any kind of knowledge that can be learned from abroad, from the Western world, let's say. And by the way, this is the last self-portrait he did before he passed away. And I think that it was also made by him as a kind of his artistic approach. I think he know back then what he's doing, that he's doing like last shot of himself, which we will be use constantly after that, talking about him and presenting his projects. So here is Viktor Marushenko during his, I don't know, being a photographer already, because before that he was kind of traditional Soviet member who after elementary school entered some high school, and then became he was always dreaming about being an architect, but he didn't pass entrance exams, and he went to being some engineer. If I'm will be not so precisely correct with all his biography, sorry for that. But generally, yeah, he became kind of engineer, but he felt himself not comfortable in this position. That's why he trying to search some information that was interesting for him, and that's how he entered Irena's Pop School of Photography. And then time by time he was more and more involved in the photo shooting and became a photographer, not finished any like official, let's say, institution or the faculty of photography. And also it's very important that he was part of this generation, not 60s, but later, but let's say independent people, very close community, which was based on people from all artistic fields. Actors, musicians, architects, etc. For instance, his first wife was a famous musician, and also the most close people from artistic fields were actors. That's why later on he became official photographer of Ivan Franko's National Theatre in Kiev, and he spent there like 20 years shooting all plays and like backside story of the theatre. And on the left it is Viktor during his not youth but young years, let's say. I don't know how to say it correctly. And on the right it's his portrait made by his partner, with whom he worked as a couple, as an artistic couple. And that's also quite interesting case, because sometimes they also signed authorship of the photos, like two of them, and sometimes they even didn't remember still who take a shot. Yeah, so here you can see a list of our famous artists, and like in the center there is Valentin Silvestrov, amazing world famous music composer who is still alive. On the right he was set designer, yeah, he was working in the theater. So Viktor took all portraits of them and spent a lot of time with these people, but he was not kind of working with them. It was one community, one gang, artistic gang, I would say. And later there was a call in Irina Pop photography school, just a call for to bring some CV or portfolio from famous Soviet magazine which was called Soviet Culture. And somehow Viktor was only one who sent some information, and they invited him to Moscow to be a photojournalist for this famous, covered all the territory of the Soviet Union magazine, to lead Ukrainian side. And that gave Victor a lot of possibilities, and a lot of doors were open for him. And also through this practice, he met a lot of famous people. For instance, on the right, bottom right, you can see Khaldei. He was a photographer, Khaldei, name Valery Khaldei. Yes, Evgeny Khaldei. So this photographer, he was shooting Nuremberg's process, and also he's the author of a famous photo hanging on a red flag on the Reichstag on the 8th or 9th of May, like the end of the Second World War. And he talked, so Viktor Marushenko spent with Khaldei a lot of times also in unofficial, let's say, conversation, telling a lot of interesting inside stories. And on the top left, you can see Maria Primachenko, also our famous naive artist. So Victor was a very open person and a genius of collaboration and genius of bringing people all together and making some things with them. So, and this is a series of his photos also, let's say, from my archive, which I scanned, Viktor Marushenko's archive, which I scanned. It's one of these stories he made for Soviet Culture magazine. This is a shoot from Kiev-based Scientific Experimental Architectural Project Institution. And on the left, you can see traditional Soviet architects / engineers. And on the right bottom, you see the first computer experiments with producing architectural projects, so-called EVM machines, the first copies of modern computers. And this is our famous architect Iosif Karakis, who was friend of Viktor Marushenko. And you see this continuity of taking portraits of famous people in Marushenko's portfolio. And another important thing that during late 70s, early 80s, Lithuania became one of the main spots of meeting people from around Soviet Union photographers who were searching for this unofficial photography language, completely different to the official Soviet one. And here on the top, on the bottom left, you can see Luckas, famous Lithuanian photographer. Maybe you can tell more.
Yeah, this is Vitas Luckas, famous Lithuanian photographer. And as you said, at that time in Lithuania, it was in 1969, first official photographers organization, association was founded in Lithuania. And it made a big impact on other Soviet republics, other photographers from different Soviet republics. And it's interesting that friendship between Ukrainian photographers and Lithuanian photographers established. For example, Vitas Luckas, he was a very close friend with Viktor Marushenko, as well as with the photographers from Kharkiv, like Boris Mikhailov, Yuri Rupin, Oleg Malyovany. And in Lithuania, there were symposiums, meetings of photographers, but they were not like unofficial. It was on official level, but just the situation was a bit different in Lithuania because photography was not so censorship, and many photographers from like other republics like Ukraine or Belarus were coming to Lithuania to see what is possible to do in photography and what censorship or let's say Moscow can let them do, you know. So yeah, and at that point, yeah, this was really important to Ukrainian photographers as well, because I have there are a lot of memories from like Boris Mikhailov, who were talking all these stories about Lithuanian photography.
Yeah, and Marushenko also remembered a lot of time these meetings as a very inspirable for all of them. So, and at the late 80s, Victor was able to escape from the Soviet Union right to the West Berlin. And this changed him a lot in a way of artistic approach, because the world was open for him. And it was amazing time, he always remembered. There is some shots, this the eastern part of the wall, and we can see its grayness and calmness even. And this is the western part of the wall with total graffiti and other things around. And this is the first night of Victor in West Berlin when he just arrived. What is interesting that so he came at approximately 1988, as far as I remember, and after 3 years the wall fell down, and a huge interest to all Soviets came to the West. That's why Victor was involved in a series of exhibitions, not only photography exhibitions, but also artistic exhibitions, which were presented the Soviet way of living and some other, not even way of living, but all information connected with the Soviet Union, because people were not informed how it looked like even. And the most important exhibition at the early 1990s was in Lausanne in Switzerland, and Victor presented there 100 of his photos from his Soviet period, and all of them were bought by the museum. And it gave him enough money to stay in in Germany, and also in Switzerland till the middle of the 90s. And then he also met a lot of friends and people from artistic community, and yeah, he remembered this time very gladly.
Thanks, Leszek. The pictures you see here is from the series called Chernobyl, and I think it's the time when Marushenko, in a way, reinvented himself as a photographer. Of course, the team, the subject matter dictated this, but he was no longer this sort of Soviet culture reporter. The artists or photographers who influenced him, like Walker Evans, for example, or photographers from Germany, I think he wanted to achieve this almost like no-style kind of visual language in photography, and he started to work on the Chernobyl series immediately after the power plant exploded, and he continued this work up until year 2000, I think. Right until the full closure of the Chernobyl power plant station. But Marushenko undertook this project very meticulously. He photographed people being evacuated at the early days of the disaster. He followed them to the places where they settled in their new homes. He photographed them years after. He photographed the people who decided to stay in the Chernobyl zone, self-called self-settlers. Yeah. And basically this project made Marushenko known in the West, in a way, and he already had connections in Switzerland, as Alex said, because he moved after Germany to Switzerland for a couple of years, I guess. Yeah. And interestingly, the Swiss curator Harald Zeman he saw the book by Marushenko, which was titled Ukrainian Photographs, I think. It's also a really interesting detail, because I think Marushenko never used the term post-Soviet excessively, because this book was called only Ukraine, and he always positioned himself as a photographer from Ukraine, talking about Ukraine, which is slightly different from approach of many other photographers who, of course, saw the potential of post-Soviet being more desirable term and a subject in the Western artistic discourse, I would say. Anyway, Harald Zeman invited Marushenko to the main exhibition of 49th Venice Biennale. And in his curatorial statement, Zeman was talking about artists who liberated themselves from the aesthetics of autonomy, who were capable of capturing or depicting the real experiences. So he wanted to build this extensive, huge exhibition, which was titled Plateau of Humankind. And Marushenko, of course, fitted perfectly within this curatorial idea. So, and he took part in the exhibition, and I think it was a time when he became an artist in a way, but strangely enough, he never ever called himself an artist, and he never studied art, and he was a documentary photographer in its most pure sense. So he was, I think, right from the time when he started to work in Soviet culture, he was very much interested in events, and he was interested in people, like right now and right here. So maybe his subject changed, but in this way, he just saw some particular focus on relevant, important things. And of course, Chernobyl disaster was a major tragedy, and of course, something to be covered and documented. But he participated in the most, probably, arguably one of the most important international art exhibitions, which made him even more known in the West, and his photographs were used as artifacts in a way. And I think really similarly to this, when he photographed in eastern Ukraine, in Donetsk region, he worked on the commission by Austrian film production company, I think. They worked on the film called Worker's Death. Yes. And Marushenko, so some of the photographs were used for the film, but the really large amount of these photographs was kept for himself. And one day he approached the curator Jerzy Onuch, who at that time was living in Kiev, and suggested that he made this very extensive reportage on illegal mining, and it was a major activity in some parts of Donetsk and Luhansk regions, the place which always had the reputation of the very industrialized, successful part of Ukraine, but in the 90s and in the early 2000s, people were basically cast upon the margins of society because this illegal mining was the only way to make ends meet and to find at least some money to live. And Marushenko documented these people in this particular period of time and how they pursued their labor. And here I think the story is a little bit similar because the photographs themselves are more or less classical documentary genre photographs. But Jerzy Onuch took these photographs and created a totally different project with Marushenko out of them, which was presented in Biennale São Paulo, and he called it Dreamland Donbass. Idea was that these people who found themselves in very difficult conditions, they, of course, had dreams. And one of the protagonists of this project, they spent a really long time with them. And the dress she wears, I think the crew bought it for her, and she was just saying about her vision of the future, what the life could be. So it's a little bit maybe naive, but it's really like powerful story of people with their real lives in a particular period of time and how photography was able to capture this, but the project resulted in a totally different way of presenting the photographs. And I was lucky to work on this exhibition at Mistecki Arsenal, where, again, curator Jerzy Onuch made a show with Marushenko and British photographer Mark Neville. So they built a tunnel where these photographs were presented in a way that you need to wear the light, I don't know how you call it, the headlight, maybe. So you, as a miner, basically going through this long tunnel looking at these photographs. And the very beautiful wallpaper, very typical of the 90s wallpaper. In Ukraine, there was like a light in the end of this tunnel. But when I met Victor, I think I was very much fascinated by the way what the person he was, because not only photographer, but by this time he was no longer like a really active photographer, but he founded a school in 2004. He became which became like a center for emerging photographers, and not only photographers, especially in Kiev. Maybe Darius, you want to...
Yeah, that was my next question. I just wanted to ask about his photography school. But from the beginning, Alex, you mentioned that he was a student or participated in Irina's PAP photography school. So was that like, because I don't have any knowledge about this school, was it like official school? And because I know that Victor's school, which he founded, it's not institutionalized as well. So maybe you can give a bit information about that.
So I never been official member of the school or a student of Viktor Marushenko. I entered the school from the back door. Yeah, as far as I know, first of all, it was kind of independent, official school of photography. It was not a state school. It was headed by Viktor Marushenko with the help of some of his close friends / partners like Valery Miloserdov, with whom he also firstly met with Irina Pap, and then they worked together in one newspaper as a photojournalist, and then they spent like time on other projects. So it was independent school of photography. I think that connection with Irina Pap is, I don't know how to say. As far as I know, Irina's Pap school was kind of like only one possibility to gain some knowledge, which you can find in a Soviet state, in particular in Kiev. And after after he returned back to Kiev, after his Euro tour, let's say, in Germany and Switzerland, he also he wanted to share knowledge he gained by himself in the Europe. And also he saw that the difference of the not even photography, but even artistic education was completely different comparing Ukraine with Europe. And he wanted to share his experience with especially education, because education from his point of view was a vital part of any artist. So that's why he wanted to bring, as well as Irina Pap, a lot of people from other fields of artistic knowledge, and also from to bring other photographers. For instance, Sasha Rudensky was a close friend of Victor and also was partner of the school. And our others, photographers like Glidielov, as well as Miloserdov, and some others were part of the school in a way that they were sharing also their experience with the students that you can't find anywhere in Kiev.
Yeah, this is a really interesting phenomena in Ukraine because I know few other schools like private initiatives from photographers these days. I remember the first time I get to know about this in 2019 as well, when I was in Kharkiv and I met young photographers, and here we have Igor Chekachkov, who had his photography school at that time. I'm not sure, Igor, if you still run your school of photography. Then the young photographers from Nikolaev, MIF school was founded, and yeah, this is really interesting, let's say, phenomenon, because, for example, in Lithuania we don't have this. We have like official institutionalized schools, or let's say in Vilnius Art Academy you can study photography, but as I understand from Olena's lecture, that it's a different situation with photography in general in Ukraine, talking about about institutional level. Yeah, so Max, as you said, after such success in Europe, participating in different international events, what was Marushenko's recognition in Ukraine? What was his situation in Ukrainian cultural context? I don't know, like end of 90s, maybe 2000s, after his...
Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what was the reception back then.
Okay.
But when I met Victor, and I think many people would agree, he has been seen as some major prominent figure, the one who is responsible for contemporary photography. So someone who can share knowledge, someone who knows everyone, someone who's both like friends with really young emerging artists, but at the same time like the most established actors, for example. So Victor was a figure who can introduce you to other things, or like give you some knowledge and real life experience. He hasn't been doing much photography, I think, after the Donbass series, at least from my knowledge. So I think at some point he said, I'm less interested in photographing, but I'm like more interested in developing the photography scene, because as you said, there was no and still no official photographic education, and there was little or no market for photography as well. And Victor saw it as a challenges he is capable maybe of trying to tackle, because he had this experience of living in Switzerland, exhibiting at Museum de l'Isère, for example. So he had some knowledge and understanding, so he thought he would help Ukrainian photography to develop. I think in a way he managed to do this. So my personal experience of friendship with Victor is more about him as an educator, as like some just figure to make other people communicate between themselves. I don't know, maybe you know.
I can add firstly that being in Germany and Switzerland, he was constantly visiting Ukraine. And even he had a studio, a photo studio for a developing film that was one of the most famous venues in Kiev art scene. People were spending their like days like printing, developing photos, drinking wine, spending like that time. It was legendary place as far as I know. So Victor was constantly traveling between Western Europe and Ukraine. And after that, he was invited, so he was still knowing everyone in Kiev, and everyone in Kiev knows him. And one day he was invited, I don't know particular by him, but he was invited to become a photographer of a new election company of our president Leonid Kuchma. And also the fees were so attractive so Marushenko decided to use this opportunity, and he came back and started to figure out how he can take photos of the president, which can make a president more familiar with the people. Because he was not so, let's say, like official photographer of the president. He was invited, also as far as I know, just to find out this unofficial, let's say, like friendly image of the president. But everything was really very much official, like shaking hands, suits, here, there. One day to another was completely the same. And it was not possible even for Marushenko to become as a family member of Kuchma's family. He was very much close person, but there were some occasions on which he spent time with Kuchma's family, and he took his famous photo when Kuchma was singing on a guitar, like in a home dress, let's say, and it helped Kuchma also. This was one of the reasons. It helped him to be a second-time president, and also to change this perception of the president that someone who is far away from the people. Later he also worked with some other cultural institution in Kiev. And then after second Biennale, his second wife, German native, she told him just, Victor, I really want to still being a photographer, because you see that there is completely a new generation, and you can't be ahead of their ideas. And he agreed with this notion, and he decided to just share his experience. That's why he entered the school, and later on, as a side project of the school, he established a photo magazine. Yeah, here am I with Victor. And he gave me all his archive connected with architecture and architects, because Victor was also a very close friend with a lot of architects. And this is the moment of sharing this archive. Everything is also digitalized, and I presented it in a couple of exhibitions. So, yeah, archive of Viktor Marushenko, which is also a huge one, is under control of his son, who is still in Kiev.
I saw that you brought this magazine,
yeah, you can find
one issue, so I wanted to ask you, maybe you can tell us more about this magazine, because as I know, it was really important for Ukrainian young photographers, for maybe photography in general, like past decade.
Yeah, it was a very important project. I also should notice that Sasha Kurmas is also a very important person talking about Viktor Marushenko, because, for instance, he invited us to each other. And also he was a graphic designer and also like co-leader of this magazine. And this magazine was another how to say, like representation of recent actual agenda of photography in the world and in the Europe. And each issue was dedicated to some actual topic. And also, as far as I remember, Jürgen Teller was invited as co-author, and also there was a big one issue about Kharkiv School of Photography.
Top right.
Yeah, top right, made together with Boris Mikhailov. By the way, Boris Mikhailov was also this constantly invited person, a tutor in the School of Photography. And yeah, so there were published 10 issues, and then Victor that's why we met each other. Sasha Kurmas invited me to meet Viktor Marushenko, and Viktor Marushenko invited me to become a chief editor of a new issue, which was about uncontrolled urban development in Kiev. That was a very recent topic, and for me, I think that is still one of the most important projects for me, because from 2014-15, Kiev was under uncontrolled development. It was totally corrupted, and there were, as you see on these photos, like building sites of residential estates directly in the field, in the middle of nowhere, without any supplies. By the way, this is Max's page in this magazine. So we tried to present panorama of all important issues of architectural and urban life in Kiev. For instance, another example of uncontrolled development and also the quality of the building process. Here you see still using the technology of prefabricated panels from the Soviet Union, but even in the Soviet Union, the level of the building was up to 9 floors, and here we can see 20 of them. And this is one of my favorites, favorite author, Maxim Trebukhov. He was searching for this issue of struggling between neighbors and developers, fighting between them. And another example of vanishing Soviet heritage from the landscape of the cities, and one of the researchers and a person who is really in the topic of the Soviet architecture decided to remain this architecture on his body within a tattoo. And another example of demolishing Soviet heritage, the full stories of the demolition, one of the monuments to the secret policemen, and another representation of the ugliness of the architecture of the capitalistic romanticism. And the question, where we will be tomorrow, we will still remain these fields clear, or we will build it with this ugly architecture. And this was the last photo of Viktor going away, made by Valery Miloserdov.
I'm not sure about our time, so maybe there are some questions from the audience.
Thank you so much. I know that Max and Losha knew him closely and worked with him, so it's nice to hear from you. Regarding the school, if anyone wants to know or wonders, it's an NGO and it still operates, and now Valery Miloserdov kind of took the place of Viktor Marushenko. There was 1 year that the school was closed in 2022 due to the full-scale invasion. My question would be if any of you can somehow elaborate on how Marushenko perceived photography. What was photography for him? He famously was saying, I know that it's a universal language, but can you unpack a little bit this, or if possible?
I think does it work? Yeah. I think Viktor was very much aware of photography's, like the mechanisms of representation in photography, because one of the last issues of 5.6 magazine was about the Russian invasion, which started in 2014, and he was, because there were so many photographers photographing on the front line or when the Revolution of Dignity took place in Kiev, but instead of selecting the best projects, he decided to make an open call and use the photographs of people actually being there, what they photographed on their telephones. So I think this was quite characteristic of his way of seeing photography. He was looking for a maybe more relevant ways of working with photographic medium, and he was always, at least to my knowledge, opposing the aestheticization in photography. So he was never about specificity and materiality or printing processes, at least what I know. He was mostly interested in the most efficient and intelligent way of telling stories through photography. So it implied different kind of approaches. But I think it was at least in my understanding, it was the key characteristic of Victor as a photography teacher and as a photographer.
Yeah, I can agree that keywords is telling story through the photography, because during his last years being a teacher, he always was repeating that today photography is not about taking a shot. It's like a complex of a knowledge. And before, he always repeated that before you want to enter some photography school, it's better to enter some sociology faculty or psychology faculty. So the photographing will be your second education. Before that, you need to be informed and educated in some other subject. So that photography is kind of result of some process before that. And also another thing that was completely like unspoken in Ukraine, that photography can be a conceptual kind of art. That today photography is not like putting something in a black frame on the wall. That's why he, by the way, another his side project was unknown. It was tours with Victor to Berlin. It was called Unknown Berlin with Victor Marushenko. So he organized a tour for everybody who was willing to go to Berlin with him and spending time on visiting galleries and museums connected with photography and contemporary art. And through these exhibitions, it was also part of education and educating people, bringing them to the point that today, like art and photography are towards something completely different that we used to see it like this.
I will just really briefly add that considering the topic of the event, it's worth looking at Marushenko School of Photography Facebook page, because there are several generations of young Ukrainian photographers who graduated from the school. So there are maybe less known names which are really interesting to look at. There was one photograph on the wall when we made the exhibition a year after Victor's death in Mistetsky Arsenal, so where the works of the students were presented. And I think it was a quite fresh view on photography, interesting subjects and interesting ideas. So for the researchers and curators, it might be an interesting spot to look at.
I'm sorry, but this is one more of those, it's a comment, not a question. Because Yuri Onuch is actually watching you all live, and he agrees with everything you have to say, so good job. But I wanted just to add two things here that I think is quite striking. You ended off with the students. And in Babic, that was actually an insistence of Victor's to include a younger generation artist in that exhibit. So I think this is a repeated theme in his work, his nurturing of the next generation. And of course, Sasha Kurmaz was involved in that, and tying very nicely to the series that you showed thereafter. But also in terms of the sociological element that you spoke about, I thought it was interesting. Both Chernobyl and Dreamland Donbass, they have an order. those photos appear in a particular order. And actually, Victor was extremely particular about the order they appeared in, because that's how they were shot. Because he not only captured the sociological element and then it was turned into a piece of art. Both of those exhibits are something that place him on the art scene as an artist and not just a documentary photographer. But they have an order to them because he followed the story in that way that only a photographer that is a documentalist can, right? And where he found the more interesting, more disturbing human story of the young women specifically, was a grandmother, mother, and a daughter. It was that story that he realized. So the first photo you had in that frame, it's the illegal mines from a distance, and then he follows the miners into the mine, and then he meets these women from the same family. And it's just this jaw-dropping connection with them in their lives and the dreams that they have. And they found out that he did fashion photography. And that's why she put on the dress, because it was one of her only chances to be shot by a professional, as it were. And I often think, did she survive 2014? Did she survive today? And is that something that actually captures an incredibly important moment in Ukrainians' history and time?
Thank you for your comments. I think that important thing is, I will repeat it again, that Victor was a genius of communication. And he was on the same level with the president and with these people. And he was so interested in the people's destinies and people's lives. And he was so open that people open for him also all their life stories. And he was really genius in this way. And another thing which I remembered also about order, that for Victor was kind of a new thing when he gave all his photos to the curator, yes, to be in charge with the curator, who somehow depends on his approach, represent your photos in a new completely order, was a new experience for him and a new practice for him. And he also constantly repeated this for the students. There is also curation of a project. Yeah, it seems like it's a very basic knowledge, yeah, for an artist, but it's still very actual to repeat it again and again, and to bring it, how it works, this curation. It's not just like to put some order on the wall, but it can be completely another reading of the project, and you can do like a 5 different projects from the same material.
Okay, so thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for your attention, and we are inviting you to come here tomorrow.